have one of those somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just turned on the recording, so now we'll be official, and we are going to be putting this up on YouTube. So if somebody misses a session that they want to see, they can. I will be sending out to everybody who signed up for it, whether they attended or not. They'll get to. I'll send them a link so that they can watch this later. So I guess we're going to get started. There is a couple of housekeeping things. Those that are in attendance right now are eligible for our giveaway, like we did on the last one. We're going to give away a couple of trips or 3-night stays down in Las Vegas, and then we're going at the end we're going to give away a 5-night stay in one of 3 resorts, and you get to choose which one in Mexico. And they're coastal resorts, and so that'll be kind of fun. And so
Hey Boyd, if I stay for the whole thing, do I qualify for that Mexico trip?
Ringer.
I don't think so. So
okay,
all
we're
right.
just glad to have everybody here today. This is awesome.
Yes.
We're going to be wrapping the year out with a fabulous presentation. We have a bunch of great presenters for the new year to talk about things that will excite you and encourage you about business in 2022.
Yes, and that's the key. Is it's all about getting things so that we can have a bigger 2022. So if you had a great year this year, you're going to have a fabulous one next year. If you had a good one, we hope you're going to have a great one, or maybe even take it to fabulous. And that's why all of these classes that we have today are designed exactly for that. And with that, we're going to turn the time over to Dan Mirgon. He's been with us for several of our conferences, and we really appreciate him coming and speaking. Today, he's going to be talking about marketing and the key things you need to do to make your marketing, whether it be print or social media. There are 4 elements that he's going to be talking about from what I understand. So I'm going to have him go ahead and take over, Mr. Dan Mirgon. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Well, thank you. I'm going to share my screen here.
Go ahead.
So you should be able to see that by now. Yes? No? But did I lose your audio? Whatever.
No, yes.
Yes, it's there. I turned off my audio and I thought I turned off my video. So
okay, so
right.
I'm hitting my timer, 25 minutes here. There is a lot to cover here, but when Boyd and Jim and I talked about the opportunity to talk about what should be happening in 2022, some of us are still dealing with the bloodbath of 2020. We're trying to rehab and get moving. So we're going to talk today about how to profit from your message and crush your competition. And that could sound like hyperbole. It could sound like, just a great, buzz deal, but there's some reality here. About me real quick. I've been coaching and consulting business leaders since 1991. I just realized I'm starting the 32nd year. 5 companies, 46 years, 4 industries. All of our clients these days are CEOs of small companies, typically 300 to 20 million. Some a little bit different there. We work in 3 different areas of focus, and we try to blend them all together. The first one is on the vision of the CEO. Now, when I say CEO, I'm not talking about the busiest manager in the building. I'm talking about the one who is responsible for the future of the organization. And the vision has to have influence and impact, or you're all wasting your time, right? The second area, and we'll hit on this today, is profitability of the company. Profit sometimes gets second shift to sales, and we need to recognize that profitability sometimes is more important than selling something, selling more of something, and because you can sell your way into bankruptcy, and we've all known people who've done that. And then the third area that we focus on with these leaders is that leadership team, getting a team together that actually, quote unquote, gets it, so that the vision, engagement, and profitability are the functional tools here. So how many of us have ever felt like this guy running our company? almost everybody I've talked to in 30 plus years has expressed some version of this feeling. They're working their little fanny off and doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. But there's a strategy problem here, isn't there, for this cat? You realize that cats can climb ladders, and all he has to do is get off this end, walk around to the other end, climb the ladder, and then he can play all day, right? But he's working himself to death. So what I'd like us to do is not do that. I'd like us to turn off autopilot for the next 22 minutes and not just sit on a webinar and listen to some guy bloviate. Actually think about what we're talking about, because it could really impact and is really impacting businesses if we change some things. So what we're going to talk today about is a proven system for marketing your business to a point where it's instantly obvious to your prospects that it would be an idiot to work with anybody else. Now, again, that can sound like, oh, sure, how are you going to pull that off? Stick around, I'll show you how we do it. The other thing is how to leverage what you're already doing, nothing really earth-shaking and new, to get those new results. And you do that by just making some small changes, no radical changes. You don't have to rebuild the whole company. We make simple, common sense shifts. I can almost read my own thing. Small changes that enable you to exponentially leverage your marketing results, and in the process, dominate your entire industry. Now, we do that without spending a whole bunch of extra time, a whole bunch of extra marketing money, or a whole bunch of extra effort. So we're going to talk first here about the concept of dominating your market. Why is this concept, why will it allow you to dominate your market? And do we even think that way? Most businesses don't. We think about selling to generate revenue so that we can pay our bills. And to a certain extent, that's the extent of it, the limit of it. But most companies don't recognize that there's hidden profit already in their company. And I'll show you at the end that there's about 61 different components of profitability. Most companies are using 8 or 10. We need to be able to pick up the rest, and it doesn't generally cost money to do that. Most businesses spend lots of money on marketing and advertising, and then when they get the results, they figure that's about as good as it's ever going to get. And if we felt like that, then hopefully there's some hope here today. The fact is that's not true at all. Your marketing must be based on the unchanging principles of human nature. And that is that people always want to make the best buying decision possible. But marketing right now doesn't necessarily help us do that. Your job in marketing, or your job, is not to yak incessantly about how great you are as a company, a salesman, or a leader, or how low your prices are. It's to craft a compelling message that aligns with your buyers' decision-making process. And we're going to go into what that looks like. It's a new way of thinking for some of us, and it's truly a breakthrough. And it's simple. We're going to show you some common sense principles for marketing that nobody's really talking about, and how you can instantly use them. And you don't have to spend any money with me today. That's not the point of this. It's about you being able to take some notes and walk out of here with some, I can go back to my office and to do this stuff, today stuff. Unfortunately, this is what happens in most companies. We run into a roadblock. We need more revenue. We need more profits. And this is what we think about. Let's just do more of what we're doing. If you've been in business longer than a week, you know that doesn't necessarily work. And so our first real thought model here to understand is there's two sides to marketing, the strategic and the tactical. By and large, most companies that I've worked with over 30 plus years, they focus far too much, if not exclusively, on the tactical side and don't do much in the strategy side. They let the strategy come from the tactical vendors on the tactic of SEO or the tactic of market ad buys. Those are good, but they're not the master strategy for the company. And that's what we're talking about. We need to understand that strategic marketing is the content of your message. It's what you say and how you say it, not necessarily where you're going to say it. And it includes the concepts, images, words, your tone of delivery, all those things. Once you have a great strategy, and we'll talk about how to develop that, then you get into executing that strategic marketing in the tactical side. And we'll talk about how all that works, ads, builds websites, all this. So strategic for us as advisors is to really think through about what you say in your marketing and how you say it, because it's almost always more important than where you say it. Both are important and can leverage the message itself, but what you're saying and how you're saying it is the strategy side of marketing. The goal is to finally quit competing on price. How many of us love getting that call or having that conversation that leads off with, how much would you charge for X? You're dealing with bottom feeder pricing, or there's a different way to deal with us, right? We got to get away from competing on price. And we got to start selling our product or service for what we're really worth. Now, for those of us that are tired, that are beat up by the market, I want to tell you, this works. There's hope. We do this in my company. We do this for our clients. We actually can change how we think about this and get those results. The result is you end up driving more leads, but it's not just more leads, they're better leads. They convert at a higher percentage because they've actually understood how unique and valuable you are as a company or a product provider, service provider. You'll increase your amount of your average sale, you get a bigger bang for your buck, and you'll finally be in control of the marketing instead of it being in control of you. So what is the actual purpose of marketing? Well, it is supposed to facilitate your prospect's decision-making process. For far too many of us, it's create a lead as a salesman and go sell, right? I would almost rather we think in the terms of create such an environment within the mind of your client that they want to buy from you instead of have to have you sell them. How different would that be? So we're identifying prospects that need to buy what you sell. Sometimes they need to be educated to the facts that they need to buy what you sell. They may already know they want to buy it, but they need help deciding who they should buy it from. Big issue there. And they might want what you sell, but they have questions and concerns that need to be overcome first. So everything that everybody seems to be doing about marketing is wrong, and I'll back that statement up. Prospects are not experts in what you do, and they really don't know the relevant issues surrounding the purchase, and they don't know how to make the best decision. They can't tell the difference between making the best deal and a major mistake, which leaves an opportunity for you to provide that information and guide them through the buying process that we're about to outline. They all want exactly the same thing. They want to feel confident that their money's been spent well, or well spent, and they want to get the best deal. And they don't want to second guess their buying decision. So you as a marketer, me as a marketer, has to figure out what's important for your prospects. You have to educate them as to what constitutes the best deal when it comes to buying what you sell, and show them quantifiable proof that you actually can provide the best deal in terms of price and value. And it has to be communicated to them in a way that they'll pay attention to, believe in, and then take action on. Prospective buyers need to be educated so they can feel confident when making their purchase decision, and most of your competition is not providing that. So after our time today, you'll be able to go home and analyze what you're doing and change that. So the first one who does provide these clients with the value and the deeper conversation wins, because everybody else is going to get defaulted to price. The wonderful part here is you don't have to spend a whole bunch more time away from the family and extra money to do that. But if you're competing on price at the end of this, conversation today. Shame on you. To make the sale, you must provide the additional parameters or relevant information to educate them on what constitutes this best value when it comes to buying what you sell. Now, that's because the price, if price is the only relevant variable, you're going to be giving your customer, everybody, if you're not giving them the relevant variable, is what I'm trying to say, they're going to go to price only. Yeah, we know, we just said that, so we don't need that slide. This new approach is going to help you be first better than the competition, do better marketing than your competition, allows you to separate your business and be the obvious choice. I got to speed up a little bit. Again, two concepts. There's the inside reality of your company and the outside perception. The inside reality is that it's what encompasses everything you do. The great training, experience, tools, everything that you do as a company to make the widget that solves all the problems, right? And all of those things together equal your value to market space. But the outside perception is what people perceive about your company, and it's developed from the interactions that people have. If you've ever gone to the internet and bought anything from Amazon and you thought looked really good, and then it showed up from China 3 months later, that's a disconnect between the external perception and the internal reality. And that's not good for you. If you're saying the same things as your competition, the client's perception is that you're no different, no better, or no worse than your competitors. Over 95% of the businesses that we've looked at, that others have looked at, simply don't get this concept. They're inept at marketing in that way. And the end result is that your inside reality and your outside perception are assumed to be no different if we don't make a change. So marketing is there to deliver eager, qualified prospects to your sales funnel. And then we screw it up and put it on the internet. The problem with the internet, it's a great tool. We all need to be using it, but it's a magnification tool that amplifies our average or mediocrity and can screw up your marketing on a broader scale and faster than you ever wanted to do it yourself, right? If you don't have a great message and a great perception and great delivery, all you're doing is telling everybody, hey, folks, we're average. You need a great website, that's true, and it means that you better fix your strategic messaging before you go out there. Everything we're doing about generating leads is wrong. And the reason for that, in the early days of advertising, much of the advertising that existed back then was comparative in nature. We're better, and here's exactly why, based on this and that. It took a long time. On average, it did a good job of building a case and helping prospective buyers understand the issues regarding your product or service. And the result was the outside and inside reflections were pretty consistent. Then the most significant event in history of marketing advertising happened on July 1st, 1941, at a baseball game that was being broadcast on TV. It was a television commercial. And all of a sudden, the phone started ringing at that vendor, and demand quickly outstripped the commercial, and they started cutting the cost of the time of the commercials from 2 minutes down to 30 seconds. Can you imagine a 2-minute commercial on one topic right now? We've been weaned away from that, haven't we? Advertisers had less time to educate and build a case as to why they were different or better or unique. And instead of attempting to use shorter ads that highlighted their competitive benefits, advertisers changed tactics and started using slogans. That change made it harder and harder for the outside perception and internal reality to reflect anything correct. And remember that marketing's first job is to get to the prospect's attention. Even running just 30-second ads got the attention, but it's still not a problem for these advertisers because they can just spend money. You got to facilitate the buyer decision process. We're going into that next year. We don't need to know that they spent a bunch of money on ads in it. Basically what happened is, because those initial ads started working, the vendors decided, let's just throw thousands and thousands of dollars at ads, cut down the time, and we'll let the little guys get eaten up by the fact that we're buying up all the clients. And that's what happened. And then it changed to creativity instead of actually explaining anything. And so I'm trying to cut down the time. We got 7 minutes left here. We've all seen slogans, right? They call it creative repetition advertising. The more I tell you something, the more you're ultimately going to believe it, because you don't have the built-in critical thinking skills to go, is that true? And what we're trying to do today is go, hey, is that true? Here's some truth. Brand builders took over, started running their ads on everybody. Business schools taught it, became the de facto system. Nobody questioned the formula. And almost everybody alive today, with a few exceptions, grew up where it was an ad, slogan, and a logo. And that's how we get to be familiar with a company. And we've all been conditioned for that. The problem with that, we stopped looking for quality inside the company. We just started buying on price. And the concept of greed took over versus quality reputation for the company. Not good. So jargon has now started to dominate all marketing advertising. And here's one that if you're a victim of this, you're going to go, wait a minute, that sounds like somebody turned their brain off. But jargon is defined by Webster's, I believe. Words or phrases that are commonplace and predictable, lack the power to evoke interest through overuse and repetition, and are stated as if they were original or significant. No depth there, right? But that's what we're using to get clients or customers. Since they only have 30 seconds, they use jargon, and I'm just going to click through this: largest selection, most professional. So we're getting to a point here where we need to cut through the jargon. So here's how we do that. Sorry, I told you this was a long one. Here's how we can cut through the jargon in our own marketing, and you can do this today. Go back to your office and ask yourself, when you make a claim, ask yourself if the prospect's immediate response might be, well, I hope so. So if a TV ad says the highest quality or the fairly priced or guaranteed, well, I would hope so. That's why you're trying to sell me your thing, right? Would we hire any home remodeler who didn't have those as a standard price or component? Would we hire any consultant whose answer to the answer to this would be, well, I would hope so. That's why you're here, right? If your company has an exceptional inside reality and you're using the same jargon as everybody else, we've said this already, your outside perception is that you're all the same, and they'll default to price. So if we're only giving them price, let's not do that. Sorry, I'm unfortunately looking at the clock. Ask yourself openly and honestly why anyone would choose you over your competition. And then evaluate your answer against the well, I hope so evaluation. The next thing is we need to say, who else can do what you do? Stop thinking in terms of that. Who else can do what you do? And start thinking in terms of who else can say what you say. In my business, let's call me a coach for a minute. There are more coaches in Utah than there are Starbucks in Seattle, right? What can I say about myself that others can't say? You have to do the same thing. Seth Godin's book, The Purple Cow, would be a good guidance for that. In my case, I've been in business 46 years. I've started 5 companies. I've coached for 32 years. And the coaches I know around here, some of them get close, but not very many. So that's my market dominating position. If the answer to your questions is anybody and everybody can say it, you have a problem. Here's a kitchen remodeler, the same idea, really great internals as far as quality company, but their marketing looked exactly the same as everybody else, and it had to be changed. Who else can say that is the question. want to get to the daycare. Let me show you how to fix this, explain how you can follow a very simple process we call the conversion equation. It has 4 main components, and you can take notes here. If you want the slides after this, just drop me an email. I'll send them to you. You have to interrupt. Now, before we get too far here, let me just talk about John Jenst in the book, Duct Tape Marketing. In 2006, John Jenst was the guy that wrote the book where we get the term know, like, and trust. The problem with that is that's 3 of 7 components of what he laid out as required to be effective in marketing. It was know, like, and trust, try, buy, repeat, and refer. So if we just go with know, interrupt, add, we're not doing our job. But the interrupt component is important. We have to get that qualified prospect to pay attention to your market. And then we have to engage them. We have to engage them quickly. Promises information that's forthcoming will help the prospect make the best decision. And educate. Get them the information now that educates them and offer them a no risk way to take the next step. The key is once they're actively engaged, we have to get them facts. And if we don't get them facts, we're going to lose them. Okay. Hot buttons. I'm down to 1.5 minutes. Sorry there, guys. I tried to turn this down. Interrupt is something that's not familiar, unusual. Successful interrupt engage your target market by identifying problems, address them in your marketing. Let's skip ahead here just a bit. Once you've got them interrupted and you educate them, you need to get the education in their hands. And I need to show you an ad. Come on, computer. Here you go. Here we go. Here's daycare. They were doing the same thing. They were talking about the daycare. That's all their jargon was talking about. And so we helped them think through this idea. Have you ever felt like your daycare treated your child like a number instead of a little person? That's a very interrupting headline, isn't it? The second part of that is how to ensure your child gets personal, loving care, caring one-on-one attention. That's the engage them, and then the educate piece here and the offer. I'm out of time. I'm going to try to wrap this up, Boyd. Don't put a timer in front of you when you're doing these things. Educate and offer. Your low risk offer, in that case, you just give them a free report that you can write. But the issue here is you've got future buyers of, let's say 100 people coming to your website today, 1 to 3 are likely to buy today. The other 97 are going away. You have to capture those 100 or those 97 and get them to ask for something. And if you do that effectively, you capture their information, you then can nurture them. And these are some examples of that. So if you've done that, I'm almost done. There are 5 areas of marketing or profit, really, not just marketing, that you have to pay attention to. I'm going to skip through all this. Here's the main point coming up. Sorry. As you can tell, there's a lot of components to profitability, folks. There are 61 pieces, right? Now, how many of us are all good with every single one of those? That's what I thought. Nobody. Most companies are using maybe 8, 10, 15 of these. You need to be able to go in and look at where you are on these and figure out where the hidden profit is. And in most cases, we're doing that. We're showing people that they don't actually have to spend any money. So if you're on the webinar today, you drop me an email, I'm going to do the profit assessment for you for free. You can then take that profit assessment. It'll tell you step 1 through 14, what you need to do to start making the change. And I'm not charging you for it, okay? So that's how you get a hold of me. Here's my calendar, here's my website, here's my phone number. I realize I went over a little bit. I'm sorry about that, but thank you. I hope this has been helpful. Any questions or comments we need to deal with?
Don't see any, Dan.
Nope, I think we're good.
Everything was fabulous, except that you hate the internet, so.
No, I don't hate the internet. What I hate is crappy messages on the internet.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and
All
that's true. That's
Because
what
we're on the internet.
we're always trying to do is
That is a fact.
update that.
That is
Yeah.
a fact. Great job, Dan.
Yeah,
All right,
Dan,
guys.
thank you very much. And so we appreciate you being here. And those 4 things that you just heard, the interrupt, engage, educate, and offer are the 4 components that will make, whether you're print, you're on the radio, the television, or on social media, those are the 4 things you need to understand how to use, because those will get you prospects.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dan. We're going to turn some time over now to Shanna. And so do you want to bring her in?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Thanks, Dan. I got it.
Okay, I got her.
Okay, good. Oh, you
Okay.
do.
Are
Hello.
you there? Hi, Shanna. No, she was
Hello
there.
there.
Is my camera not on?
It's on now.
Perfect.
No, your camera's not.
Her voice is there. Scott's Scott doing here.
Mhm.
Sorry, Scott. Let me put you back. There we go. Ben has asked a question. Let's say I'm going to open a startup selling e-bikes. How soon before I open should I start marketing? Should that be months or days? That's going to depend on what your market is that you're going after. And so that's one of the things that we ought to have you ask right toward the end, and we can get some answers on that. Okay. Shanna, did you get your,
Camera on?
I don't have my camera on, but I should be able to share my screen. That's just, I just don't know how to, I don't see it on here. That's,
Oh, in the lower left-hand corner, there's a start video.
I know, I use Zoom all the time, but it's not there, which is really odd.
wait a minute here. I'm seeing that you're only, oh, you brought them up to speak only. That's what it is. Let me promote you to panelist. That'll bring you in. And now you'll be able to share. Try that now. Yes,
There we
no?
go.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me
Got
turn
it.
on my, perfect.
Although we're still not seeing your
Camera.
video. There it is.
There's,
Whoops.
Well,
Okay, there we
There.
go.
oh, there we go. Okay, we're there.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just like, it's not there.
all right. Well, this is our second presenter today is Shanna Beaman. We're going to turn the time over to her. We want to cut the time down of introduction so that we can get more information from these people. And so Shanna, I'm going to turn the time right over to you. Go ahead and let's get going.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and share my screen and get my presentation up.
Perfect.
So share screen. We do this one and share. And then I just need to share. And let me do from the beginning. We'll present. Okay.
We see it. Great.
All righty. I think that I have this all trimmed down to fit into 25 minutes. So today I'm going to talk about forecasting for 2022. One of the things about forecasting is at the beginning of the year, we all look at setting goals. And so we think about what our end goal is in mind. We make a plan based on those goals, but one of the things that's missing sometimes is analyzing really what's happening in the industry, in our industry that we're in, whether you sell goods or sell a service, what's happening in politics, what's happening in the world, what's the weather like, what's the supply chain like, what's being affected, overall in our economy. And so it's really important that we look at those things. And those are the things that we want to put into our forecasting as we make a plan to reach our goals. So what is business forecasting? Forecasting is a projection of the future for your business based on actual past data and I think you should use both if you have the data, predicted future trends. So past data can only be used if you in fact have a history of sales or services that you've already provided for, at least a month or more. Hopefully you have a year, but if you're just starting out, you can always look back just month over month. So why is forecasting important? It's important because it helps us better allocate our resources. It makes us so that we can make decisions on the fly. It helps us be more agile as we make decisions. When something gets thrown at us, we can, change on a dime instead of just hitting a brick wall and wondering where we're going to go. So when you're looking at things that are happening in the world and around you. So it will help you increase your chance of surviving the ups and downs in the market or in your industry or whatever might be happening in the economy. It helps you anticipate, of course, and it will make you be more proactive. Those things are really, really important to keep your business running and not just have it come to a screaming halt when something happens. Okay, so I want to talk about the two ways of forecasting. There are all kinds of subsets of these two types of forecasting, of business forecasting. I'm just going to be real brief and go high level on this. So quantitative is when you have a history of data. That's when you've actually sold your goods or services in the past, and you can look back on your history to see what you've done, whether you are in a seasonal market. So maybe at the end of the year, your sales go up because you sell goods that are sold for the holiday season. Or maybe you sell snow tires. So the weather will take a big effect on that, of how many snow tires you sell. Or the ski season. If you sell swimwear, your marketing or bike wear is probably going to go up more in the summertime. So look at the goods and services that you sell, and that will help you decide how to compare your volume. Would you compare it year over year? Would you compare it month over month? Or even week over week? If you're brand new, you can look at what you did the week before and kind of make a judgment on the next week. The shorter your forecast is, the more accurate it's going to be. So forecasts are meant to change. So I look at forecasting in the position that I'm in with all of our clients, and we look at how many orders and how many units they're going to send to us the next month. So we'll set an annual based on their goal of possibly increasing their sales 20% for the year. But each month, we'll look at the next month and say, are we on track? What happened this month? How did our promotions go? Did we launch a new product? So we'll talk about all that kind of stuff, and we'll decide, hey, if they've decided to do a new promotion, then we know that, during that period of promotion, their orders and their unit volume is going to go up for sales. And so the quantitative is, if you do have some history, then you'll definitely want to use that. That is the best way to forecast your goods. But when you're doing that also, think about things that are happening in the market for your goods or services. That might make an impact. Are people driving into work, or are they staying home? That also can affect you. What else? Just look at anything in the economy or in the world that could possibly affect what's going on. And then qualitative is actually using predictions from experts and also consumer opinions. You'll use these, and it's great to use these in conjunction with your quantitative. But if you don't have any past history, this is all you have to go on. So you start there and you evaluate what you're doing and you make a prediction and you forecast what you think you're going to do for your goods and service, what your sales are going to be, and you make a plan around what's happening in the market. So you're looking at your own data, trends, and outcomes. So the best method, the qualitative is the best method if you have insufficient past data. So just build a model for yourself and keep it short term, because the market changes rapidly, and what you do and what the market is doing, may counteract a little bit, but just make sure that you're looking at everything to build a model for yourself. Okay, so to develop your forecast, you're going to start with the big picture in mind. So of course, that's your goal, that's your end picture, that's where you want to get to. Then you're going to analyze the trends in the market and also the trends in your business. You're going to research potential impacts that could affect your business, and you want to look at both negative and positive impacts. And remember, this is going to help you be agile if something happens in the market, so that you can make a decision to change your direction and keep going forward. Gather all the data and quantitative analysis, and then start your forecasting. So track your success, making any needed adjustments along the way, and forecast. Remember that a forecast is just your best guess. They change all the time. A forecast is not meant to remain, the same a year out. You want to always adjust on the run as you move along, and as you get more data that's available to you, and as the market and the economy changes. These are questions that you'll want to think about as you're changing your forecast. It will help you, again, move in any direction that you need to move in. You're going to ask yourself, who are my customers? Your customers can change at any given time. I like to think about Blockbuster. Blockbuster used to be huge. They had locations everywhere. The market changed, so their customer base actually went away. I don't think they stopped and asked themselves who their customers were and where the market was going. So that's something that changes. Anything in our world of technology can really change what we're doing in terms of if customers are going to go to electronic models, say for like day planners. How many people buy day planners now? I still do, because I love that, but I do use my electronic calendars much, much more. So who are your customers, and is your customer base changing? What is the demand for your product? Who should I be hiring? Should I be hiring? Should I be laying off? Should I be outsourcing? Should I be doing everything on my own? Those are the things that you need to continually ask yourself as things change as well. How much product should I order? So this is your demand planning. You don't want to order too much, because if you order too much, then you're going to have your product a lot more longer. Your days on hand for your product may not be profitable for you. But if you have to buy a large amount or pre-buy because of the lead time for your product, then maybe you will have to order a larger amount. These are the things you need to think about as every day as the economy, as you know, in receiving product if you order product overseas, receiving your product takes a lot longer. Places over there shut down and the ports are clogged up. So those are things that are happening that you have to think about that's going on in the market. What is an effective marketing plan? So you have to think about, how am I going to market? Do I need to change who I'm marketing to or how I'm marketing? Am I on the right social media? Should I be building an email list, or should I be advertising on social media? Should I run expensive advertisements? Those are the things you need to think about. And then for sure, you need to talk and ask yourself, what is your budget? You want to keep your budget in line with what your company is bringing in. Let's see. I think that I did keep it short this time because last time I ran over. So insights into the future put your organization in an advantage. So those are the things that you want to always think about is think about what your insights are and have an insight into your future, because without that, you won't have the advantage, to your competition or to just make a change on the fly. Put your best practices into practice and make sure that you have an accurate forecast, because that could mean the difference between success and failure in your business. As the global economy continues to be volatile, and I know that right now it's so volatile in so many areas that it affects a lot of different companies. Our supply chain is being disrupted right now, and it continues to impact the markets. So, plan around that and make sure that you are forecasting properly, changing things on the fly when you need to, and just really looking at the future and align your forecasts with the goals that you have. And that's it. But if you would like to find out more information about forecasting, I'm happy to do that. I didn't want to run over. Sorry, it's a little bit short, but you can reach me. You can look at my website at beamancompany.com, or you can reach me via an email at shanna@shannabeaman.com.
Well, thank you. Got a couple questions though. A couple people. How do you predict the future is going to look for businesses?
So I think we're going to continue to have issues in supply chain for at least another year, for sure. I think our ports will clear up soon, but through the end of this year, we expect them to still be backed up. I do know that we're having issues just even in the market that I'm currently in, which is fulfillment. We're having issues getting the manufacturers who make like poly bags for the products that get shipped. Nowadays, you receive, instead of boxes, a lot of times you'll receive poly bags. All the resins, that's hard to get right now. Paper products are hard to get. We used to be able to order boxes and get boxes to ship our goods in within, a week. Specialty stuff. Now it's taking us about 90 days, 60 to 90 days to get that. So we really have to forecast how much packing material are we going to need for the next 30 days or for the next 90 days, because we have to order it at least 90 days in advance. It's also tape and things that you don't even think about, the tape to tape up your boxes. So those are things in quantity are hard to get. What else?
Well, one of the things that I was just going to mention is,
okay,
back a few months ago, back in April, I was working with a company that was an HVAC company.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden they started getting calls from the other vendors in their area saying, hey, do you have this part in stock? Do you have a water heater? Do you have this or that? And they're going, yeah, we do. Why? And they said, we can't get parts anymore and we can't get these water heaters. And what it came down to was one of the trucking companies, the big trucking company here in the United States, closed their doors. And partly it was that they were having all kinds of financial problems before COVID, but when COVID hit, it really hit them hard. And a lot of people, when they had so many truck drivers out because they got COVID, it meant that they couldn't move the materials. So in many cases, some of these people simply said, we can't even supply air conditioning for anybody. And we hope that we'll be able to keep water heaters going. So, that it's one of the things that no one recognized what could ever happen. Right. And, the pandemic has done some interesting things to a lot of companies. I mean, how many people are there that can't get people to work in their fast food place or even any restaurant? You drive down the street and it's how many people are saying, now hiring. Well, everybody's now hiring, it looks like.
Yeah, the
So-
labor market is really difficult. It's really, really difficult right now to even staff where we are. It's, our unemployment here in Utah, at least, is 2.2%. And the last I heard nationwide, it's 4.2%. So it's really low. And so getting workers to fill a warehouse or to fill a restaurant, very difficult. Also, our auto market, right? With the chips and stuff, you can't just walk in and buy any car you want to now. You don't have a choice of 200 cars. You have a choice of, maybe 5 cars on their lot. And so that's really difficult as well.
I have one customer who he was telling me he has a Jaguar, and he says his control chip on his Jaguar went out, and they're quoting him right now, March of next year, before they'll be able to get the chip in.
Yeah.
Because they just can't get the components to create the computer component he needs. And so it's crazy.
Yes.
So anyway.
Yep. So just forecasting those things, really important to do, just so that you don't get stuck. So if he doesn't have a secondary car, I literally have kept my car, because I know, if any of our cars go into the shop, that means we don't have a car. So I've kept it purposefully just for that.
Yeah. One of the people online, he says, I went to Maverick to get my breakfast sandwich this morning and they didn't have any. They can't find employees to work and make the breakfast sandwiches. Can you imagine? This is Maverick and they can't get it. So
that's crazy.
It is. It's crazy, and everywhere you go, we're out. In fact, there's a restaurant here that up until COVID, they had opened just before COVID, like 3 weeks. They opened and they had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. My wife and I went to go to it the other day for lunch. We actually went to go to it for breakfast, and it has a big sign up and says, with only 7 employees, we can only be open from 4 to 9. But they have, they have the capability. They just 7 employees is all they can find. So yes. So forecasting is one of the things I think is a really good thing. And one of the things I was talking to someone the other day is a 6-month forecast is about all you can really do right now. Right. Because anything longer than 6 months is going to be total guessing, because who knows what's going to happen. And even now, with, ports and everything else, although I understand they're automating ports now, and they're automating, the new auto drive trucks that'll take things from the ports out to places, they're all coming online now. And so they've been fast tracked. So we'll see how fast that gets going. But
hey, Boyd, I don't want to interrupt, but who should I bring up next?
Well, next is Dano.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we want Dano up next. So
well,
anyway,
I'll promote him.
All right.
Well, that was fun getting done a little bit early and being able to chat and really talk about what is happening in our market. I hope that I provided some great information for some people, and that you'll know what to look for to forecast your future.
Well, thank you very much, Shanna. It's been good to have you here. And forecasting is one of the things. In fact, Jim and I are going to be talking about the 7. I got to pull the book up. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And of course, you've got it up there too. One of the things it talks about, number 2, is you got to start with the end in mind. Number 3, you've got to be able to really project out and have small goals that'll get there. But years ago, they used to say, well, you have to have a yearly goal, a 2-year goal, a 10-year goal. Now they're going, if you can forecast 1 year, you're lucky.
Right. So, yes.
Anyway, hey, Dano, we're good to see you here. And Shanna, I'm going to take you back to being an attendee. We'll watch for your comments. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for being here. We appreciate it.
Yes, we do very much. All right. Well, hi, Dano.
You just
I hit
disappeared.
I hit the wrong button. Well, actually, I hit it to do send Shanna back to being an attendee, and everything moved. So
Hey,
I'm
Dano,
sorry.
I'm going to apologize in advance for dumping you. Yeah.
Here he is. Dano, I'm sorry. So
Oh, no worries at all. It's good to be here, Jim. Good to see
Good to
you.
see you.
good to see you, Dano.
How's things going so far? I've heard both presentations. Great insights.
Yes, that's
Well,
the thing is we've got some great people here that's going to be speaking, and we've got some great people. Now, just to let everybody know, if you're on here and you're going to miss something, we will be putting this on YouTube here in probably the first part of next week. You'll be able to go to YouTube and watch any or all of it again, because we want people to get so that they can have a successful 2022. And we're going to have to give Jim a hard time for not sharing whatever he's eating with the rest of us. So,
well, gummy bears.
they're gummy bears.
Not a
see.
Maverick breakfast sandwich, I'm sure.
No, because you can't get them. There's no
Well,
employees to
I
make them.
couldn't have breakfast. That's the whole point.
So, all right. Well, anyway, it's good to have you here. We've got a couple of minutes. We're going to actually give away a trip right now. It's one of our Mexico trips. And so I'm going to
It's one of our Las Vegas trips.
yes. So now let's look this up. I've got a randomizer here. So I'm looking at all the people that are online, and I'm telling him it to randomize the numbers so that, and then I'll count down. So it's saying that Dan Mirgon is our winner for right now. So he's going to get a 3-night trip to, well, a 3-night stay in Las Vegas. He'll have to make his own transportation things. I'll get a hold of you, Dan, here shortly and get that to you. So, but anyway, so how's things going, Dano?
Going great. Everything's going great. Not without challenges and obstacles, but every time I overcome one, I just feel that much better.
That's true. That's true.
You feel like you've done something.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for that, anyone could do my job, right?
well, that's it. You got to handle what you can and move on, right? So,
Well, of course, I get a lot of help too. So,
Hmm.
including from you two. So
thank you.
No, I can't do this stuff by myself.
No one can, and it's that's one of the reasons why these conferences have done so well, is because people can come here and learn things. And so we appreciate you coming and teaching us as well.
We should do a little shameless plug because we've got a minute. But
Okay.
you should share this information about Entrepreneur Factory and YouTube with all of your colleagues, because this is information that they will want, they will understand, they can go back to it and learn from it. So by all means, share this with your colleagues and your clients and your friends, that there is somebody out there trying to make life easier in 2022.
So I'm going to put the website or the link to the YouTube website so that you can go and watch this next week, so that you can then share it with others. So I'll put that up there.
Perfect. I thought you were going to play the intro music and I was terrified for a second.
That's only for podcasting, you see. So Jim doesn't like the podcasting music, but every time he comes up with something else, it puts us to sleep.
Yeah.
So, okay, we're going to get started with Dano. It's a minute early, but I'm so sorry if somebody comes in late, they're going to miss the first minute. But Dano and I've worked together for a lot of years. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to give much of an introduction. I'll let them do the introduction. Now, on our new conference schedule, I got to give everybody fair warning. We used to do an hour-long everything. Well, we shrunk them down to half hour or 25 minutes is what that works out to be. And then 2 of them in this particular conference will be 50, 55 minutes. And Dano has one of those spots. And so we're going to hear from him for a while because he has some great things to talk about, which is one of the things that I think is going to make a huge difference for a lot of businesses out there, whether they're big or small. And that is finding the right people to work with and how to make it so that you can work with them, even if they're out of the country or out of state or even just out of Salt Lake Valley.
Mhm.
So, all right, well, Dano, go ahead and take it away.
Oh, it's great to be here. Today, I want to talk about something that has impacted, if not you personally, it's impacted those around you. And there's something called the Great Resignation. If you've heard of it, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, let me give you the 30-second version. The Great Resignation, April of this year, more people left the workforce than in a single month ever in history. Last month, more people left the workforce than in last April. Why are they leaving the workforce? Why can we not find someone to make breakfast sandwiches at Maverick? It's because they discovered something. They discovered something new, something they hadn't experienced before. And that was a whole new perspective on how to work and how to be at home. And that's what I want to talk about today. And I have some statistics, some numbers, some research, and a solution that I will admit, it's my solution, my new startup. So, but even with that, think about what's going on around you and how you might be able to make those changes necessary to, as Boyd said, attract the workforce that you want, attract the workers you want, and give them an environment that they want to work in. The Great Resignation, people left their jobs because they found out they would rather work from home or in a hybrid environment where they're part-time at home and part-time in the office, maybe 2 days a week in the office, 3 days at home. They won't work for a company that doesn't allow that kind of flexibility. And can you become that kind of company and still keep your culture, your core values, your everything that makes you who you are? Well, certainly you need workers to show up if they're welders, if they're meat packers, if they're doing those kind of hands-on activities that require them to physically be there. I don't have an answer for you today, but I do have an answer if you have office workers, if you have admins, if you have pretty much everyone who sits in a desk or near a desk or sits in a desk sometimes, this may be exactly what you're looking for. So what am I talking about? The pandemic hits. The 3 biggest issues that companies have discovered are, number 1, employees, although much more productive than going into the office, they're feeling isolated, they're feeling lonely, they're feeling depressed. They feel like they're on an island working by themselves. And that's affecting their mental health and their job satisfaction. That's number 1. Number 2 is that productivity, creativity, and innovation have fallen off drastically since the pandemic hit. Why? Because there's no more teaming. There's no more spontaneous conversations. There's no more bumping or rubbing shoulders in the hallways. There's no more water cooler conversations. Number 3, now that companies have employees working remote or hybrid, and they still need to manage and lead, but they don't know how. They've never done it before. How do they do this? That's what we're going to talk about today. So I'll jump in here and share my screen, and we'll take a look at what's going on today and why, and then what can we do about it? Are you able to see my screen okay?
We are.
Fantastic. So what we're going to talk about, my new company is called myhive.global, and we'll get back to that near the end. But right now, what we want to talk about is what's happening in the world. Before the pandemic, 9% of what they call white collar workers or knowledge workers or office workers, 9% worked remotely. When the pandemic hit, 85% went to working remote. And now that we're on the other side of the curve of the pandemic, not saying it's gone, not saying there's not going to be resurgence, I don't know those things, but we're on the other side of the curve of this first pandemic we had. 83% of company leaders intend to implement a hybrid model or a complete remote model as we emerge from the pandemic. What does that mean? That means that all of these employees that went home and started working from home, the vast majority of them will continue working from home. But wait a minute, if only 9% were working from home before the pandemic, and now 83% are going to be working from home, that's, oh my goodness, that's over 70% of the workforce who has never worked from home that got thrown into working from home. And of course, we all thought the pandemic was maybe going to last for 6 weeks and then 3 months and then 6 months and then a year and a half. And here we are, finally, some of us, finally on the other side of the curve where we can even think about going back to work, but we don't want to. We want to keep this work from home, but there's some negative aspects and we need to fix those. We need to fix those negative challenges that I talked about while keeping the benefits. And so how do we do that? And by the way, where do these numbers come from? Gartner has done extensive research, but more importantly to me is Google, about 3 or 4 months into the pandemic, did some research and they came up with some conclusions. And a lot of the analysts said, you know, that was only 3 or 4 months worth of data. That's not good enough. Well, then Microsoft came out with a vast study, very detailed, tens of thousands of employees, and they watched them not only did surveys, but they also dug deep and they looked at all the analytics. Remember, they're the ones running teams and using Office 365. They already were in the cloud and they could look at all the numbers, usage, how people spent their time, where they spent their time, how much interaction was going on, how many wallflowers were there, how many people who were totally engaged. And at the end of it, they came up with some pretty astonishing findings. And one of the things that we want to talk about is, so we got thrown into the pandemic. What saved our businesses was Zoom, Slack, and Teams, and other tools like those. But those are the big ones, the well-known ones. Your company either went to Zoom and Slack, or they went to Teams to keep the company moving. But those solutions lack so much of what we talked about. They don't solve the individual isolation. They don't solve the collaboration, the teaming, and they don't solve how do I manage remote employees, at least not today. So what we're here to talk about today is how do you reclaim that office buzz? How do you get the buzz back in your office? The culture, the creativity, the innovation, all of those pieces that make up who you are as a business. Well, cloud-based offices are the solution. And we're going to talk about some generic ones, but then get specific as well. So I talked about the Microsoft research. This is from Dr. Nancy Bain, the senior principal researcher at Microsoft, who helped pull all of this data together. And she said, when you lose connections, you stop innovating. And this was one of the hard findings that Microsoft had, is our innovation has dropped radically when everyone went remote. This is why Apple, Tim Cook said, we're all coming back to the office. But then, of course, he had a massive rebellion of people saying, we're not going back to the office. And that sparked some of the Great Resignation and other things. But he knows, and Microsoft knows, that these lost connections, the water cooler conversations, I'll continue to refer to them as, affects creativity and innovation. It's harder for new ideas to get in, and groupthink becomes a serious possibility when you don't have the water cooler conversations. Let's take a look at a chart that Microsoft put out. So before the pandemic, you can see February 2020 on the left side. The blue line is how often people interacted with what they call distant networks, people that they don't know, but they interact with anyway. I walk into finance and I don't know the people in finance, but we have a good conversation because, I had to worry about supply chain and doing some forecasting for next year. And then I probably won't talk to them again till next month or maybe 2 months out. The number of interactions with what they call distant networks was extremely high, but look at what happened when the pandemic hit. It drops radically. However, close-knit members of the team, it's interesting, the number of interactions with them was very low, probably because they weren't measuring outside the office interactions. But it was low, but it spikes with the pandemic. What does that mean? What that means is that if John and I are best buds and we hang out, we have a lot in common, we're actually going to talk more in the pandemic because now we're both working from home and I need to connect with someone, right? Who am I going to connect with? Whereas, Susie from finance and I have to interact once a month, once a quarter, but my interactions with her are going to go down to 0 because I don't even see her in the hallway anymore. So this is something the pandemic caused. And this is something that doesn't go away after the pandemic because we're going to continue to have 83% of the workforce working remote or hybrid. So what are the concerns at an employee level, whether they're remote, permanent, or hybrid? Remote some days and in the office some. Inclusivity and isolation. In other words, I've worked remote off and on during my entire career. So when the pandemic hit, me working from home, I already had my office, I already had all my stuff set up. Life was great. I didn't have to commute anymore and some other great benefits of working from home. However, one thing I've always known is when I worked remote, and let's say the company headquarters was back east and I'm here in Utah, it was difficult, really difficult for me to become part of the core fabric of the management team, the decisions, all of these pieces. Yeah, sure, we did Zoom calls, we did other things to interact, we use Slack, we use other tools. But for me to be 100% included in all the conversations I needed to be included in just wasn't going to happen. I knew that as a remote worker. I know how to overcompensate for it because I'm part of the 9% that has done this for a while. And I know, one, I can accept the fact that I won't get promotions. I can accept the fact that I'll never get all the information others are having. And so I overcompensate in other ways and make it work, right? Relationship building. When I would fly out to corporate and spend my 3 days there a month, building relationships was like speed dating, right? It's like I try and say hi to everyone I could, shake their hand, look them in the eye, and it just doesn't stick. Some does, but it's like it just doesn't stick in the level as if I saw them every day. And the productivity gains. Now, there are those who are hyper productive working at home, and there are those who didn't understand how to do it, and they let all the distractions around them pull them away. There's a great company I ran across a couple of weeks ago. They actually will come to your home or apartment or condo or wherever your living space. They set up a cube around your workspace that blocks sound and gives you an environment where even though you're in the living room still, because that's the only room big enough for your computer, you feel like you're in your office and you feel like you have that space, and people know when, your family knows when you're in that space, they don't interrupt you. An amazing idea. You can't believe how many people set up their office in their bathroom because it was the only place they could get solitude and quiet. So these productivity gains for some went off the roof, others dropped way off because they couldn't manage home and business in the same space, the same physical space. So how do we address these issues. You know, it's challenging, isn't it? So here's the thing. When we say inclusivity, you know, you can check the box with all the kind of, I hate to even go here, but the political side of what they're calling inclusivity. What I'm talking about is, how do I make sure that every member of my team stays fully engaged? Because if they stay fully engaged, guess what? Productivity as a team goes up, my creativity, my innovation comes back, and the job satisfaction goes up. So these are the things we need to talk about. And of course, avoiding that feeling of isolation. I'll tell you a personal story. I have a son who has watched me work remote most of my life, but when he was thrown into the remote workplace, it was challenging because he struggles with depression. And now he finds himself working by himself in his house by himself. And he would literally call me in the morning, and we would leave our phones on speakerphone all day so that he could interact with someone, and it would keep him productive and focused while not letting any depression set in. And we did that for months, literally. And so this whole thing of isolation is real. So how can we creatively and positively affect the feelings of isolation and infuse our workday with more personal connection opportunities? I can tell you, Slack, it's something, right? It's better than nothing to be able to just jump on a casual channel and start shooting out notes and whatever to our friends and colleagues. Zoom, boy, you want to schedule another Zoom meeting? I don't, unless there's a real business purpose, particularly with people outside the company. But inside the company, do I want to schedule a Zoom meeting and force creativity in that scheduled time? No, I don't. It doesn't work. It's not the same. And so we need to create environments where people feel comfortable just reaching out and having a conversation. And it's difficult when they're remote, and that's the challenge. So the importance of it is that high trust cultures and high trust teams report 50% higher productivity, 13% fewer sick days, and a whopping 76% more engagement. What does that mean? That means your employees won't join the Great Resignation because they're engaged. And when they're engaged, their job satisfaction is extremely high. So we have to pay attention to relationship building in the workplace. However, there's negatives to working remote, and we've discussed a lot of those, but 72% of employees still prefer remote work over the challenges they face by working remote. The fact that I have to work in my bathroom all day is okay, given all the benefits I get, the better work-life balance, the location flexibility. Guess what? I can go on vacation. Oh, wait, I'm still working from my Airbnb in Mexico. But it's okay because I'm still putting in the work and the time, but it doesn't matter where I'm doing this from. Monetary saving, I'm not paying for gas to go to work and back. And right now, gas prices are back on the rise. They'll always go up and down, but eliminating that, plus the car maintenance, all the other things that go with, doing the commute. Lunches, did I remember to prepare my lunch, or do I have to eat out again today? A lot more expensive eating out. So there's so many monetary savings. The commute, the time of the commute is huge. We've all tried to figure out ways to optimize our commute, phone calls, listening to audio tapes, whatever it is. I should say audio books, excuse me, shows my gray hair a little bit. The other thing is, gosh, at home, my office is me. I can personalize it. I can make it me. Whereas, at work, when I had to go into the physical office, it was pretty generic. Sure, I could add some family photos and things like that, but hey. So also we have less environmental impact working from home. So we want to continue these productivity gains, but to do it, we have to have connective solutions. We have to have ways, not only technology wise, so I can share Word docs, I can share screens, I can share things, but share personal interactions as well. We need to get the buzz back. Let's talk about communications. I've talked about Slack and Zoom and Teams a bit, but let's break that down. How effective are they? And why did I say that they're not the most effective way to build a team? Well, when we look at how we communicate, 20% of what we communicate is the words we use, whether they're written or spoken. 20% is the actual words. So through Slack, we're communicating 20% of the meaning of what we're really saying. 40% is your voice, your intonations, your pauses, your speed, slow, fast, emphasis, white space, all of these things. That's 40%. So just by adding voice to your words, you're up to 60% effective communication. When you add your body language, which is the other 40%, now you're having 100% communication. So it's important that we look beyond Slack, beyond Teams chat, beyond all those chats for that true deep meaning of communications. Now, Slack, chat, all kinds, they have their place and they're important and we want to keep them as part of it, but we have to understand the limitations. When we talk about Zoom and the other piece of Teams, which is their video conferencing, we can move to the chart on the right. With synchronous communication, your creativity and innovation goes through the roof. When you limit yourself to asynchronous communication, your creativity and innovation are down. Now, what do I mean by asynchronous communication? What I mean is I have a scheduled meeting with a scheduled agenda, and we're going to get through the agenda. Does creativity and innovation happen in a scheduled meeting? Yes. But the degree of it is greatly diminished over after the meeting. I meet someone at the water cooler and it's like, man, I've been thinking about that. And what do you think about this? Oh, that's great, because I was thinking about this and this. And pretty soon the real genius comes out. And so when we think about limiting ourselves to Slack and Zoom, we're missing out on deeper communications, which is exactly what the Microsoft study found. So here's another quote from the CVP at Microsoft, Jared. He says, those impromptu encounters at the office help keep leaders honest. Think about that for a minute. Help keep leaders honest. With remote work, there are fewer chances to ask employees, hey, how are you? And then, of course, we know when we ask, hey, how are you? It's not the words. Everyone's going to say, I'm fine. But did they say, oh, I'm fine? Or did they say, oh, I'm fine, right? There's two things. One, my voice, and the other, the expression of my face, right? If I'm not looking at them when I ask the question, how am I going to know how they really are, right? And it goes on, and then pick up on the important clues as they respond. But the data is clear. Our people are struggling, and we need to find new ways to help them. That's for Microsoft. They're the ones who have teams. Another quote from a product marketing manager, Hannah. Networking as someone early in their career has gotten so much more daunting since the move to fully remote. Think about it. You're a new employee, you're out of college, you're all excited to go to work, and where are my mentors? Where are the people I can watch? How do I know what this culture really is? How do I know the dynamics? I don't. I can't read people's voice and faces. All I see is a lot of chatter on Slack and those scheduled video conferences. She goes on, especially since switching to a totally different team. So she switched to a different team during the pandemic. How is she supposed to engage and become part of that team fabric without those deep communications? Without hallway conversations, chance encounters, and small talk over coffee, it's hard to feel connected even to my immediate team, much less build meaningful connections across the company. So how do we solve this problem? I'll talk about my hive and what we've done to solve the problem here as I wrap up. So what I'm going to do is actually show you our office And most of my employees are in Brazil. What that means is that they've all gone home because they're 4 hours ahead of us. But there's still a couple stragglers, but I can still show you around the office. The idea is that I'm no longer sitting on an island at home on my desk, wondering if anyone else in the office is even working today. You can see up here, Ahmed is still working. His avatar is round. That means he is remote. In fact, he lives in the Philippines. And you can see he has his headset on, so I can pop in his office simply by double clicking, and I can start talking and having a conversation with Ahmed. Another thing is I can set my status. Right now I'm busy because I'm doing this, but I can say I'm online, and I can do a shout out to Ahmed and say, hey, Ahmed, how you doing? We didn't schedule this meeting. He doesn't even know that I'm doing this. I just jumped in his office and started a conversation. Now, Ahmed, yep, here he comes. He's turning his mic on, turning it off. Now he's going to turn it back on and probably say hello. If you look around the office, you'll see some people have square avatars. Hello, Ahmed, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm giving a presentation to a large audience here remotely, and we're having fun, and we're just learning about MyHive. So thanks for joining us and saying hello.
You are most welcome.
Okay, so I like hanging out on our patio. I feel more relaxed out there. But as I was saying, you'll notice that Moses and Leonardo have square avatars. They are physically in the office. And when they see that, they know that they can just physically jump in the next office to say, hey. It turns out that others are remote. We have employees from the Philippines, the US, all across Brazil, and they all interact here. I love during the day looking at the marketing department because, as you saw, Ahmed and I can have a conversation, and you can hear everything going on in that room if your headphones are on. And so you hear all the crosstalk, which is that beginnings of that creativity. Is like, oh, wait a minute, you just said something. I can help with that, right? And we don't get that when we're isolated working from home. So isolation goes away. I see my team members working. I can see them talking. I can see them on video conferences. I can see what they're doing. I can see meetings happening in the meeting room. I can see all of this going on, and I no longer feel isolated. The team, I'm sitting with my team, although virtually, and we have the crosstalk, we have the energy, we have all of the things that we used to have at the water cooler. I can grab someone and say, hey, let's go out on the patio just to chat. Our next phase is we'll add rooms like workout rooms where you can bring some buddies in, watch videos together and work out together, or Zen rooms where you can just meditate or do yoga. Personal mental health rooms where you can go in and actually talk with live counselors about finance, about personal issues, maybe, marital issues or other things. We'll have other rooms that are educational rooms, full learning management systems. So I can put all my company training in this room, and I can go in and sit with a new employee as we go through the trainings and have live interactions as things happen. So that's a bit about MyHive. Of course, a full chat over here. So we have chat and video and screen sharing and whiteboards and the like. But of course, other people have chat and screen sharing and video conferencing. But when you put it all together in an office, and by the way, if you love Slack, we integrate with Slack. If you love Teams, we integrate with Teams. If you love Zoom, we integrate with Zoom. We're not trying to solve that problem that's been solved. We're trying to bring everyone together in the office. So that's the problem we see out in the market. And that is our solution to this problem. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing and come back live. Boyd, you're on mute.
I pushed the button and it didn't take. So what can I say?
One of my favorite games that I played during the pandemic is it's a bingo game, and it has things like you're on mute, and every time you say it, you get to check that box, and you're am I sharing my screen? Oh, another box. And you see who gets bingo and blackout first. Anyway, great game to play.
Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun. So one of the things that I was hoping that to ask you, because we do have some extra time right now,
Yeah.
we wanted to find out a couple of things. Over the years, things have always changed. You know, when you were working for Adobe, for example, you talked. We've talked about this before, where people would come and talk about, here's my vision of the future, and then it is all about the people. Can you tell us a little bit more about that real quick, and then how that changed a month later when they realized, oh my gosh, we do need to do something. And it's all about collaboration, really.
It is. It absolutely is. And so when I think about one of the experiences I had at Adobe was Adobe was a great, growing fast, thriving company. We had PostScript, which revolutionized the publishing industry. We had Adobe Illustrator. We had Adobe Photoshop, which is a great story in and of itself. We had Premiere for video editing. And so we were sitting out there just growing like weeds. And so the founders of Adobe, John Warnock and Chuck Geschke, what a great team. John was a true visionary and Chuck was hardcore business. And together they grew this company to the most amazing heights. And it continues to grow today. But one day we had these monthly meetings where we'd all get together, because back then we were small enough where we could. And we'd all get together in a big room and we just share wins, right? And concerns and things we had to pay attention to. Well, one of these meetings, usually Friday afternoon, John comes in and he goes, we're going to solve a new problem. And he didn't say much, but he said, PostScript is great, but there's some limitations. We want everyone to be able to see a PostScript file anywhere. And he started describing a problem. And the problem he described had to do with, look, what's happening today is newspapers, they print everything in a main city and then they have to truck it out to all the smaller cities. Well, what if the smaller cities also had smaller printing presses, lower run printing presses, and we could instead send the file? And everyone's thinking, wait, we can send PostScript files today. But if you were familiar with PostScript, you know that there were problems. Well, what about fonts? I got to make sure they have all the right fonts. Well, what about the file size? It's massive. And what about all the included files that they forgot to include? And so now we have big blanks where there's supposed to be photos or illustration. I mean, the problems went on. And John said, we're going to solve these problems. And everyone they left the meeting. He didn't tell us how. That's the key. He didn't tell us how. And everyone leaves the meeting. And some people were like, John, he's been a great visionary in the past, but I think he's lost it. So many people have tried this paperless office. It's just not going to happen. I literally heard people talk about that in the hallways. Others started saying, what are we going to do? And they would form these little groups and just talk about it. And the next month, he didn't say anything else all month. He didn't even talk to people about it. But the next month, he comes into the meeting and says, okay, we're going to watch a video. And they had produced this most amazing video. It was black and white, which was really cool at the time because we had all been doing color. It was a black and white video, and it described the life and the day in the life of a guy who kept all the file systems for a company. It was hilarious. But at the same point, it really brought home what the problem we're trying to solve was. And he looked around, he says, we got to solve the problem, guys. Go solve the problem. Once again, here are the best visionary, the father of PostScript is not telling us how to solve the problem. So what happened was different developers got together and started brainstorming how to solve it. They started writing code, and John would go sit with each of these groups and just listen. Well, what did you come up with today? How's that working? Did you run into any issues? Are there any challenges here? And that's how the conversations went. And then, of course, sometimes he would bring up tips. Hey, what if you tried this? Or what if you tried? And they were just brainstorming. And pretty soon, two of the groups hit dead ends, but one of the groups was doing really well. And so they all joined together as a bigger group, and they would sit down and brainstorm how they're going to do this. And the result of all of this brainstorming and work and this creativity and the innovation that happened because they were working together as teams was Acrobat. And I had the great privilege of being on one of the architecture teams as we created those PDF files that we all still use today. What is it, 30 years later, we're still using them. And this was all because John recognized the problem and didn't try to solve it himself. He put it out there to the brightest people he knew to solve the problem, and then encouraged the collaboration. And he had no issue with three different people trying to solve it, or three different teams trying to solve it three different ways. In fact, he loved it because newer, different ideas would emerge.
One of the things that I love about this story is about the collaboration, because the United States is really known for being able to create a lot of new things. And a lot of that is because of the collaboration. The old adage of many minds together are much better than, just one. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. It's 1 + 1 can sometimes be 4 or 5 when it comes to collaboration. And that's the thing. This story really showed John knew what he wanted. He probably could have figured it out himself.
Yes.
Because he is that smart. But you know what? He wanted everyone to have their input. And he knew it probably would have been better because they had the input. Because what he would have done would have been one way, but maybe another way, or the way they ended up going was actually a stronger, better program. And I really do believe that. And a lot of visionaries are like that. They don't always try to solve it themselves. They want to have collaboration. That's why the hybrid office and the virtual office programs are going to be very important going forward from this point forward. I wrote a little thing about it this morning that, this is the future. There are a lot of businesses that are trying to come back. And I was looking at some statistics. There was a company here in Draper, Utah, that they tried to insist all of their people come back, and they lost 60% of their workforce in a month.
The Great Resignation.
The Great Resignation was just that back in April, because the person who was in charge of that office was saying, I want control. I want to be able to see everybody here. But the funny thing about it was, as he got looking at all the statistics, he had higher productivity from his people when they worked from home. He had fewer problems of people not showing up showing up on time. They just didn't show up they didn't have a problem showing up because they hopped out of bed and they were on the phones.
And they were taking wear pajama bottoms to work.
They could even wear pajama tops if it wasn't a day when they were having the video running.
So it sounds
but actually,
like
it's funny. Yeah, the pajama thing is funny, but one of the reported benefits of working from home is lower wardrobe costs. Now, that doesn't mean they're wearing pajamas to work, but they don't feel so compelled to spend so much money on their wardrobe because they have to be in a different outfit every single day. Sorry, I kind of interrupted you, Jim, but I just had to because that was
you're
finding
on task.
that they had.
You're on task. But what I was going to say is that innovation is stifled, but productivity goes up. I mean, there's kind of a dichotomy there. Listening to both worlds.
Yeah, but now if you can put them all together, then that gives you both, and that's the key. That's what that's what these programs were trying to do. You know, when COVID hit, Zoom was not a new thing for me. I had been using it for a couple of years. I know Dano was as well. I think even Jim was using it a little bit, but not as much.
Well, I lived in the mountains, and the day that we got shut down with COVID, I actually counted the number of applications on my computer I could use to communicate with my clients, because I was remote, and I had 12 different applications that I would use, because whatever program they wanted to use, I made it work for me and tried to accommodate my client. So, you know, and there's some obscure ones, Bluegene and all kinds of goofy stuff that I had.
Jim, you actually made another interesting point earlier when you said, you know, productivity can kill innovation, but the challenges, and I've actually talked to business owners who have said, well, I don't want my hive because I like the fact that my employees are more productive every day. And I said, that's great, but what are you losing because now they're at 120% productivity? What are you losing? He goes, well, it's better for the business. I said, is it really? You need space, and they need space for creativity and innovation. In fact, when Agile hit as the big way for how to develop software,
Yep.
Best practices say that you only schedule your developers for 70 to 80% of their time. The other 20% is for them just to play around. And I say play around, but in creative ways, try new things that they typically wouldn't try because they were on deadline, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why the reason they implemented that as part of the standard Agile development process was to open up opportunities for innovation and creativity. So James, you're spot on with that.
Thank you.
Well, you know, and one of the other things that I love about this is, you know, and Dano and I have gotten onto My Hive from time to time and we do some talking. But we also, it's interesting when I'm there, when all the team is on there, because a lot of the rooms are used. You look at that and you say, wow, there's a lot of empty desks there. Well, there isn't when everyone's online. But, you know, it's like he was showing that Alejandro is in Philippines. Some of his people are in India. Some of his people are in Brazil. In fact, a lot of them are in Brazil. They're all over the United States. They're not just in one location. So you can hire someone who is really good at doing whatever you need. And it doesn't matter that they're in the UK. It doesn't matter that they're in Belarus, because it's all about being able to put together a company that makes sense and makes more money. And that's the bottom line. And that's what this, you know, programs like this is what we're talking about. But this one really is impressive. I have looked at 3 of them up till now. This one is impressive. In fact, I was talking to someone earlier today, Dano. Somebody says, well, what if we had something where you could do it for education? I says, oh, they have this for education. And they're going, well, how does that work? And so one of the things that I pulled up was your website to show them the auditorium type layout that you have. And so they can there, you know, and people can raise their hands. They can do all the things that would happen in a big auditorium that training is going on. But one thing I really was thinking about as you were giving your presentation is my son-in-law, he went to work for Federal Express back last September. Now, at that point, the 20,000 person office, which is the headquarters for Federal Express, was closed. So, but he had to go and get his badges and credentials and a computer and everything. And it was him and one person in the entire building. Then he had to get it all set up at home and everything going. And then the way of getting him up to speed was really hard because they had to get it on the telephone. This would have been so easy. And like you said, you can have it so that there's a training room, a room where everybody can go and you can give the training and you can actually see the person and you can see who else is there at the building. And yes, they did a lot of Zoom calls.
Sure.
But the problem that my son-in-law says is they get into these Zoom meetings and he says, and the first half of it is for everybody. And then they get off on a tangent and he's going, right? You know, and how do you get around that? Well, in an office, if you're in an office and you've got everybody there, you know, you're going to have some that are going to be working while they are still doing that. And that's what you can do when you're at home. But one of the things that he found was they wanted everybody's monitors on. You had to be paying attention. You could not be doing any additional work. And he's going, that's interesting.
You sparked a couple thoughts there, Boyd. One, Harvard did a study, and they did it they had actually started it before the pandemic, but when the pandemic hit, it even amplified their study. They hired, I believe the number was, I have to look it up, but I believe the number was 80 interns at Harvard. And they had 40 of them, they gave free access to all the executives, and they could call them, they could video conferencing them. They didn't have to schedule meetings. They could shoot them Slack chats and everything, because these were the tools they had, right? And they had full access anytime to communicate. The other group, they handled more in the traditional way of remote employees where, okay, come to this training, then this training, then this training. And they never had real, just spontaneous water cooler kind of opportunities. Well, at the end of their pilot here with these two groups, they hired 98% of those who had interactions with all management and all levels of management. The unscheduled, those asynchronous conversations that I talked about. The job satisfaction for those interns was through the roof. They loved the opportunity. They loved everything about it. They loved who they worked with. They were remote, mind you. They didn't get to physically go in the office. The other group, they didn't hire any from, because their job satisfaction was terrible. Their productivity was terrible because they never fully got integrated. And, we think about training, sit in here's a PowerPoint, 150 slides. Now you're trained. That's not training. That's called baselining. The training comes after that. All those interactions with your colleagues, with your boss, with the boss's boss, with all of the C-level. That's the real training that happens. And so, and this Harvard study really proved that out. When I trained some of my remote employees, we would go into a room and we'd do the formal training. That's essential. Like I say, that's baselining. But what was awesome was we would schedule 45 minutes, we'd do it. And now they're in their office, their remote office, but in the virtual office too. And I'm over in my virtual office, and they had a quick question that popped up. They didn't want to put it in the chat because it was really hard to describe their question, and they couldn't figure out how to write it so it makes sense. So they just jump into my office, because I wasn't in a meeting, I didn't have my office locked, right? They jump in and say, hey, Downer, just a quick question. And they'd explain this thing, and I go, oh yeah, it's this. They go, oh, thank you. And then they're back to work. That doesn't happen when all your communications are synchronous. And the training, it took me 1 week to do what I thought was going to take at least a month in the training, just because we could have those spontaneous quick. I could pop in and say, hey, I just thought of something I forgot in our training. Remember to do this, and then jump out. Or, hey, how's that? Do you need some help with that new client you're walking through the service with? No, all's good. Great. Those kind of conversations, yeah, you can do them over Slack, but it's not the same. Like I say, that's only 20% of how we communicate is the words, right? And of course, you guys know me by now. I'm pretty boring. I kind of sit still, and my voice is monotone, and so communicating with me over Slack is probably the same, right?
Absolutely not. So,
And I'm not picking on Slack. Like I say, chat has its place and it's really important, but we can't put all our communications in a Slack channel.
well, years ago, I used to have to drive up to a 7-Eleven and put a quarter into a machine so I could call the office to find out what messages I have.
I have more
I
gray
was
hair
so
than you,
glad.
and I never had to do that.
Never. I'm sure you didn't. Never, ever. Especially when you were working for Steve Jobs and you were all over the country and you didn't have a cell phone at the point. Well, yeah, you did. Yeah, because
When I worked for Steve, I did, but
Yeah.
before that, you're right. I would travel and it's like, where's the payphone?
Yeah, where's the payphone?
It shows the payphones, right?
Yes, yes. And it was always a big
I'm
run
going to make
on
you
the
say that again, that, and this is for the benefit of one of the other speakers. And say that about Slack. Not all communications have to happen through Slack. There's one of our other speakers that loves Slack. I'm just going to say that.
I love Slack. Don't get me
Well,
wrong.
I
That's
use
why say
Slack,
it
but
has its
yeah.
place.
Yeah.
It's a great place. I go back to old conversations. I do all that stuff, which we've mimicked in our application as well. It has its place. But if we depend 100% on clear communication with Slack, we're missing out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Boyd, we kind of interrupted your train of
No,
thought.
that's fine. That's fine. So, the key is though, it was so wonderful to have email or text messaging come about and cell phones, right?
Yeah.
So that we didn't have to make that stop. And then I could make the phone calls while out on the road. It was expensive at first, but you could. And that was really important. That's innovation. Everything's moving forward. Today, the new innovation is keeping those things because they're still important, but augmenting them with new technologies that's going to help us collaborate. That's one of my favorite words is collaboration.
Oh, I love it. And one of the things that we have to think about when we think about our employees and how to create the environment that will attract employees over the opportunity next door to us, right? And how do we win and they don't? I think about that company I mentioned earlier where you talked about walking into this empty office to get all your stuff. Well, they actually come on site, set up your office in your home, all the right tools, all the right equipment. And the reason we're talking is because obviously they want to bundle our solution in as part of the overall solution so that people immediately are engaged and connected. They know management cares about them because look at what they just invested in me. And by the way, you may sit back and say, whoa, 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 that's a lot of money to invest in an employee. But if you think about it, the average cost of putting an employee in an office for a business is $18,000 a year. That's the average. If you're, of course, on either one of the coasts, that goes way up. If you live in Colorado, out in the sticks, it probably goes way down. But the point is if you're going to invest $18,000, which you will do by putting an employee in an office, why not think about what if I could spend half that, create an amazing work environment for them, and let them also benefit from all the great things of remote work and just set them up in their home.
Yes.
Of this company's business proposition. It's very compelling.
Yep. And that's
my home. You can see it in the background here.
I know, I'm really envious. You're sitting there on the ocean. Oh, I love the ocean.
Yes, right. So anyway,
I think that you're absolutely 100% on task. And if somebody, we haven't even talked about some of the simplistic things, being able to handle childcare or walk your dog, or the simplistic things that make people enjoy their job and enjoy life and working in their pajamas. So
you know what?
I know when we started on Zoom with the pandemic, people freaked out when their dog came in or their cat or their kid. And you know what happened? The exact opposite of what we would think if we were sitting in a physical office. The exact opposite. Oh, no, bring your kid in. We want to say hi. What's your name? Or
Yes.
your pet, or hey, I have a dog too. Just like all of a sudden deeper connections happened
Yes.
because we weren't afraid to share a little bit more of who we are.
Yep. A little
Yep.
more humanity.
Yeah.
I've got a person who's asking if Dano, if you could share your slides with them. So
Thank you for asking. You know what? I don't have to, because you can go to our website and I've created an ebook that is exactly what I just talked about and a lot more fun to read than my slides. And so from my website, from my homepage, you can just click there and download the ebook. And
What
that
is that
way,
website?
my website is myhive.global. So www.myhive.global. And I can throw it here in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
And the key- and the
everyone
key
gets
was-
confused because there's no .com, but it's .global. So
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Hey, I like the idea of jumping in a hot tub while you teach.
yes.
As long as we don't see anything below this, I'm good with it.
There you go.
Okay, so anyway, well, we're going to take, first off, Daniel, thank you so very much. This has
Yes,
been
thank
very
you.
informative, and it was great to have the discussion as we finished it up. We're going to take a 5-minute break so everyone can go and get another caffeine
Soda.
drink,
Get a soda. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying,
Mhm.
or they need to relieve themselves from the soda they've already drank.
There
And
you go.
so, we've got people saying you're awesome, Dano, and that
He
is
is awesome.
true.
Yep.
Yes. So
No,
thank
this-
you.
So much
Who's-
fun. We're just having such a great time. And I love talking with you guys because you bring out things that I would have never thought of. You guys are incredible.
Well, you are incredible, and we love working with you. So
Yeah, absolutely.
thank you so much. And we'll
Okay, thanks.
be right back in 5 minutes. And right up next, we have Bobby Glenn James.
Man
Ooh,
with 3
yes.
names.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
I was saying that to someone the other day, and Jim poked me in the ribs, and he says, "I have 3 first names too."
My name's James Allen Carroll. So
James
there you
Allen
go.
Carroll. All of them are first names. So yeah, okay. Thanks, Dano.
Thank you
All right,
guys.
we'll bring Bobby in and everybody back in 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
There's Bobby.
Yep, Bobby will be there in a minute.
Okay, back in 5.
James Allen, are you named after James Allen, the Think and Grow Rich guy?
No,
I mean, not Think and Grow Rich, the As a Man Thinketh.
no. You know,
You've never
what?
read that?
there's a rock star named James Carroll. And if you search for me, you always get this heroin addict named James Carroll. If you do a Google search for me.
There you go. That's why you need to go by your 3. That's why I go by my 3, because there's a drug dealer named Bobby James.
There you go.
Who used to be a race car driver.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, back in those days when we were in those networking meetings and stuff, I would always say that, you know, I'm Bobby James, not the race car driver, even though my name sounds like race car driver. And I can't tell you how many people still to this day come up to me, "You're the race car driver." I'm like, "I'm not the race car driver."
Oh, good. Oh,
It kind of
good.
worked.
Well, they recognize you one way or another. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's a
probably
fact.
good, right?
yeah.
Awesome. So we're still hanging out, waiting for.
Yeah, we'll
Great.
wait for another 3 minutes and then we'll be back. And so, oh, somebody's throwing something up in the chat. Let's see what they said. Oh, I'm going to teach them the train. Yes, that is good, Scott. Okay. All right.
Wow, this has been
So-
cool.
It has. It's a great one. So we are recording this. And so what will happen is probably Monday or Tuesday, I'm going to pop it up on YouTube so that everybody who missed it or had to drop off for some reason or another and wanted to see us, somebody else, they can pop back in and watch the whole thing or watch just one thing at a time, whatever they'd like. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, this is, I can't believe it's going to be over. This is the last conference of the year, right, guys?
Yep,
Yeah.
it is. It is the
is.
last conference. So, but
We're
that's okay.
looking for 2022. It's going to be a great year, right?
Right.
Now that we got two really funky ones down, we deserve a good one.
The third one's going to be awesome.
Well, it's changing. And as long as we change with it, then it will be an awesome one. That's the thing. I was talking to a person the other day and he says, I wanted to go back to what it was like before. And I said, it probably never will.
Yeah.
No, it won't.
No.
There's
things
too much
are-
of a change. And people have learned, years ago, I got to tell you the story. A few years ago, like 1990, I was writing articles for this group of newspapers, and they would send it out to all the big newspapers and see if anybody would pick it up. And I had a bunch of people who picked it up, and it was all about technology that was coming along for business. And so I was, at that time, the brand new thing was the brick phone. Okay. So 1993, the brick phone came out, and I said, someday you're going to see the brick phone is going to go away. It's not going to be there. The ones in your car are not going to be anywhere. You're not going to find them. They're all going to be put in your shirt pocket. And people were sending me hate mail saying, oh, you're so up in the night. You have no idea what you're talking about. It can't go that small. And I was talking about, I have had no idea all the things that cell phones could do today. But here's the second side to that. So a friend of mine, she's in a classroom, and she holds up her cell phone and she says, all right, what can you do with this device? And kids started naming off thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. Not a single one mentioned you could make a phone call on it. And so she asked them, what, did you know you can do a phone call over this? And one of the kids says, only when my parents call. They don't use the cell phone side of it. It's for everything else. So,
when I had, I had one of the very first car phones that you could ever get. It was and it took the whole trunk of my Mercedes. I mean, it filled up the entire trunk.
that was
coolest thing
old
in the
one.
world.
Yeah.
And then the next thing that I got was a brick phone. And it was like, oh my God, but it was still so much better because I could take it into the restaurant or take it wherever I was. But I had this cool car phone that was my whole trunk. I mean, it was ridiculous. And it was, the fees for that were ungodly.
Yeah. I remember I had a real estate. I was one of the first people to sell cell phones. And I had a company that did that. And in fact, my cell phone number was the 10th phone number given out in Salt Lake City.
Really?
And so, the exchange was 580-33, and it started at 01 and went up from there to 99. And so a 93310. So you can see where I was. But, I sold this cell phone to a real estate agent. I kept telling him, don't give this out to everybody. It'll cost you $1.25 a minute. And he said, I'm making so much money. It's he got his first bill and it was $1,200. And he calls me and he says, how do I get this on? I says, tell people not to call you on your cell phone. I kept telling him, only allow your secretary and your wife to know that cell phone number. And they have to know that it's an important phone call that needs to be made, and they'll just keep it to 30 seconds or less. And he says, okay. And his phone bill went down to $300-400 a month when he finally got that implemented. But he had his business cards made with his cell phone on it. He threw them all away. Oh my gosh.
I have a close friend with that 580 number.
Yeah. So
It's 122 something.
yeah. So 3300 was the first exchange, and then it went to there was 7 or 8 others in the 580, and the 573 area was the other one that they came up with. And so yeah, it's interesting that all of that happened.
All
We're
right,
gonna get going.
Yeah, I think we need to get rolling.
All right.
right.
So I'm gonna stop the share of that, and so let's see, it's Bobby Glenn James. Okay.
I've heard of him. I've heard of him.
Yeah, your
I heard he
name's
used to be a race car driver.
Yeah, used to be a race car driver. Not so much.
All right, Bobby, go ahead and take it away. Everybody knows who you are, I think.
All right, can you see my screen?
We do.
Believe it or not, I have slides today. No,
Perfect.
a lot of times I don't have slides, but I've got slides today. All right, so I'm just going to jump right in. Your U6MG for 2022. What is a U6MG, you ask? Ultimate 6-month goal. What is your ultimate 6-month? Here in January, you're going to be, doing your year goals, and hopefully you're excited about getting all that and doing new things in 2022. The U6MG, and I just came up with U6MG because a year is a long time. 6 months is a really good amount of time to do some great things. So how are we going to do this U6MG thing? Well, the first thing I want to ask is, or I want to tell you, is the secret to success. So hopefully you guys are listening. I'm going to explain to you what the secret to success. Are you ready for this? Secret to success. It's 1 word, 2 letters. If you've been around me ever at any length of time, you're going to know what I'm talking about. It's 1 word, 2 letters. What is it? What could it possibly be? Do. D-O. Do. You wanna be successful, then freaking do something. Do. Take action. I love this quote from Theodore Roosevelt, so I'm going to put it up here. The best thing to do is the right thing. The next best thing to do is the wrong thing. The worst thing to do is nothing. I love that quote because sometimes we don't do things because we're so afraid to mess up, or we don't want to look like idiots, or whatever. And we just are trying so hard to do the right thing. And usually that stops us from doing anything, which nobody ever goes forward doing nothing. You'll never become great. You'll never have a great company. You literally will not grow at all if you don't take some action, if you don't get out there. And goals are the same thing. My dad was one of those classic old guys that loved to tell, not parables, but little gold nuggets, or whatever you want to call them, jokes, dad jokes, that kind of stuff. And he was a colorful person. He had colorful language, but he'd always tell me when I'd say, Dad, I wish I had this, or I wish I had that. And he'd say, Bobby, wishing is like pooping. And I'm paraphrasing here, pooping in one hand and wishing in the other. Which one do you think you're going to have more at the end of the day? And I'm like, well, I'll have more poop, but I don't know why that's relevant, because I don't really want poop. And his whole point is, exactly, you don't want poop, but that's what you'll get. And if you just wish, you get nothing. So we're going to talk about goals today. And I know it's not the most sexy thing in the world, but the crazy thing about goals. Oh, but before we go straight into goals, I forgot. Yeah. there is another secret to success or another piece to success. So you got to take action. You got to do something that is key, but there's another key that connects with that makes success more feasible, more attainable, and that is consistency. You got to be consistent. So you got to do something, but you can't just willy-nilly go out and just do this, do that, constantly doing things without structure and without action and without consistency does not get you where you want to be. So I want you to really understand before we get into goals and setting this U6MG, I want you to really think about that you need to take action, but you also need to be consistent. This is something that you can't just go, okay, I'm making this goal, and then you never look at it again, or you never do it again. And you're, dang, what happened to that cool goal I had? Why didn't I reach that goal? What's the deal? Well, the crazy thing about reaching goals is you got to do something and you got to have some kind of a way to get there. So to start off with, how do you figure out a U6MG? What is a U6MG? What does it mean, an ultimate 6-month goal? What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about a big goal. 6 months, it should be a big goal. Yes, something attainable, but it should be a pretty massive goal. This should be something that you have to, you know, like, wow, this is going to change my life if I can make this in 6 months. I want you to really hone this. And we're going to go in kind of and talk about how to find this big goal. How do you find that one big thing that would really change your life, that's going to be the thing that you want to do to take your life to the next level, or whatever that looks like. And I'm going to walk you through kind of these processes and I'm going to take you down a little bit of a journey. So the first thing I want you to think of, just out of the top of your head, just shoot out there a U6MG, an ultimate goal that you think you could get in 6 months, that is really a powerful thing that could change your life. And I want you to take it, you're going to write it down. You're going to write that first goal down, just whatever comes to your mind. And you're going to say, what is it? You're going to actually write down. And I tell people, this should be a whole paragraph. You should be able to write a whole paragraph about this first goal. What is it? How to get it? And why do you want this goal? What's the point? Why? We hear about the why term all the time. There's a reason that this why thing is so important, because it is a motivator. It is a motivator beyond money, beyond anything else. The why is what gets us to move and take action. And if the why is strong enough, when you write it down, you'll understand, oh, this is powerful. This is what I really want to do. So after you do that and you take your time and you get this first goal and you figure it out, then I want you to think of another one, another U6MG, this massive, big, life-changing goal that you can change your whole world with if you get it. What is it? How to get it? And why do you want this goal? I want you to take the time to sit there and write this down. If you guys do this, you're going to have a master, powerful U6MG that will change your life. And when we get down to the nitty gritty here and show you how to actually do that, this is life changing. If you do it, people have done this and they have made huge changes. So what's the third one you're going to do? Oh, you're going to get a third goal. Same thing. This big, huge U6MG, and you're going to write down, what is it? How to get it? Why do you want this goal? You're going to have 3 paragraphs of these powerful, massive, major, crazy goals. Now you're going to find something interesting. When you write the paragraph out, you're going to see some similarities or some connections to each of those goals, how they connect to each other, or maybe 2 of them are what need to be done to get one of the other ones. You'll figure it out. I want you to take the 3 and I want you to look and figure out which is the top goal, which is the top piece that you can get from these 3, which is the one that speaks to you the most, the one that you really know you could do this, that you could hit it, that you could get it, that you could make it, that you can take it, that you can go to the next level in your life. I'm getting excited. Sorry, guys. Calm down. Okay. So once you have your U6MG, you've got it. You've figured out. And I have my clients actually write down this nice big paragraph when they figure out the three and they look at them together. I want them to really hone in. It's not just this, make $1 million in 6 months or something, very simple and mundane like that. No, I want a real tracked goal and it's flushed out and you really understand it and comprehend it. The more you flush it out and the more you see it, then it's real and it's attainable and something you can connect to. So once you have your U6MG, then how do you find it? How do you get to that goal? What do you do? When I say find it, why do I say find it? How do you find a goal? That doesn't make sense. Well, that ultimate 6-month goal is treasure. It's your treasure. It's something that is going to change your life. So we look at it as a map. It's a treasure map. An X marks the spot, of course, and the X is your ultimate 6-month goal that you've come up with. Here's the crazy part. Now, if you had a map and you knew that there was some treasure on this map, but you didn't have, see all those dotted lines there? See all those little dotted red lines that go this here, here. Then you turn here, you turn over, you get on the little path where it goes into the lake, and then you go on the left side of the lake and you go down the side of the mountains, and then you hit, and there's X marks the spot. But all of those little dots are things you have to do to get to the X, right? You guys, I bet you understand where I'm going with this, right? So to get the X marks the spot, or to get that ultimate 6 months goals, you have to have smaller goals. You have to have steps to get to that goal, right? Steps to reach your goal. So how are we going to do this? What are we going to do? So here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a sheet of paper and you're going to have lines, or you can do this, with your Word document or whatever you use. And I want you to put 50. Yes, that's right. 50 things that you need to do to get done, to take action, things that need to happen, 50 things that need to happen for you to reach that 6-month goal. Oh, is 50 too many? Then do 100, because that will hone it down even better. No, 50 goals. It's not as hard as you think. You just hammer it out. You don't think about it too much. You go, what's one thing I need to do that will help me get to the 6-month goal? What's one more thing I need to do that I know will help me get to the 6-month goal? One more until you get to 50. And you push out all 50 of the steps that you need to hit to reach your 6-month goal. Okay, you got that? This is going to take some time. This isn't something that just happens in 2 seconds. If the goal is worth doing, then you need to take a little bit of action to make it happen, right? So after you get your 50, however long that takes, you're gonna write down all 50, and you're gonna have quite the collection. But what I want you to do after that is I want you to hone in and really look at these 5 and match them and put them together, because you'll find that some of them go together. They're like the same thing. They'll say, just very little different, and it's kind of the same thing. Then you connect them together. Or one that, hey, it's something that maybe I need to do, but it's not that big of a huge thing that will really make a big outcome for my U6MG. So I want you to hone these down, either put them together or throw them out completely. And I want you to end up with 6. You're going to hone that 50 down to 6 powerful pieces of goals, and we call them getter goals. These are the 6 getter goals that you're going to need to get that 6-month ultimate 6-month goal. So you after you fill this out and you really take the time, the more time you take, the more powerful this will be for you, because we're doing the work in the beginning to just set up the work that you're going to do to get the goal. So, sorry, I keep looking at my time because I don't have time up here. So I don't want to run over or go too fast or too slow. Okay. So first thing I want you to do is find 3 of those 6 that we're going to call fun goals. We're going to call fun. These are going to be things that you really kind of are excited about doing. These are things, and when you're filling this out, now that you know that that's how you're going to do it, you're going to kind of look at some of these. Oh, wow, this would be really fun to be able to get to this 6 months goal. So you're going to have 3 of the 6 be what we call fun goals. And then the other 3 are going to be your hard work goals. Hey, these guys, nothing happens unless you get some hard work in there. Nobody has created any great company or any great thing for that matter that didn't have a little hard work in it. Even now, that hard work can be gratifying, it could be exciting, it could be even fun, but it's still hard work. So I want you to when you figure out your 6 getter goals, make sure you have some that are a little bit of a stretch, that are a little, it's going to take some work. It's going to take some doing. It's going to take some getting down and digging and getting it done. So now what? Now what do you do? Well, this is what you do with those 6 goals. So it's step by step by step, right? Those steps are the different little lines that's going to take you to your treasure. X marks the spot. You're going to take these little pieces. So every week what you're going to do is you're going to create a to-do list. Every single week, you're going to create a to-do list, and you create 5 days on a blank piece of paper. So you've got 5 different days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I tell people to take Saturday and Sunday off. So you can decompress or you can catch up, because a lot of times people will not do things or forget to do things. But guys, it takes work to make a goal. What I'm showing you is a path to get it done. Okay, this takes work. I'm sorry. I wish if you came here to find some magical thing where we could all make a magic wand and poof, your goal happens. I'm sorry. You might as well, like my dad say, would poop in this hand, and you'll have a lot more stuff than magically trying to make your goals happen. It takes work. Okay, so you're gonna have this page, and you're gonna have Monday through Friday, and you're gonna have 3 to-do lists, 3 things that you're going to do on every day. So, and you're going to take your 6, you're going to take 3 fun ones, and you're going to take 3 hard work ones. You're going to either mix and match them, or you're going to do like Monday will be your fun day and you'll do all the fun ones. Tuesday will be your get to work day, or Wednesday maybe be your fun and get to work day. You'll mix them up. But the reason this is in here like this is because if it's just about doing and doing and doing, so we're putting a little bit of something to look forward to. Maybe, wow, I get to do some fun stuff today. Oh, I get to work. I get to work today. So there's a reason behind this fun and get to work. It's almost just wording, but it in your mind will help you keep moving forward. So every day, this is as simple, and this is the magic of this whole thing. You have 3 things that you're going to do Monday through Friday. 3 things that you're going to hit, and you're going to take, when you do your drill down and you figure out your 6 steps, you're going to drill down and say, what things do I have to do this week to meet this one and this one and this one? And you're going to put them only 3 a day. So maybe on Saturday and Sunday is the day that you take to hammer out what next week goals are going to be, or you do it Monday morning or whatever like that. That's it. That's the secret. Now you have steps to get there, right? So what happens? Hey, Bobby, I completed the 6 getter goals early. It was before the 6 months was over. I completed the 6 getter goals, and one of 2 things. So one of 2 things is going to happen. You are either going to finish your 6 getter goals and you crush your U6MG before 6 months. You're going to hit it. because you've made a plan every day to do something every single day, 3 things that you can do every single day to get closer. Okay. And maybe you just knock that U6MG out of the park, or I'm going to keep clicking, or you get your 6-getter goals but you have not got your U6MG yet. You've been done them over and over again, but you did not get your U6MG. It just, for whatever reason, you did these 6 things. You did them just exactly like you did all the work, and for some reason, you just did not get to the U6MG. Now, what do? So what you do is, what did I tell you the secret to success was? Okay, guys, the secret to success is what? Do and consistency. So you do it again. You do it again. Some goals are harder than others. Some goals are easier than others. And some things you do less or more of. The key here, and the reason it's called the U6MG, the ultimate 6-month goal, is because we got to have a date. The other thing you have to know about goals, if you don't put dates on them, then they don't really matter, because there's not a place to hit. But if you don't hit your U6MG, does that mean you quit and you're done and this is all bull crap and goals don't work? Maybe that is it. Or you just got to do it again. You got to get back to work and be consistent and continually take action. Guys, goals work. And there's somebody that I know that most of us have all heard of that knows a little bit about goals. Anybody out there that knows who Michael Jordan is? Michael Jordan, considered the greatest basketball player of all times, and one of the greatest probably athletes of all time. Just and I'm going to read this because I couldn't paraphrase it as good as he says it. So I'm going to just quickly read this. I approach everything step by step. I had always set short goals. As I look back, each one of the steps or successes led to the next one. When I got cut from the varsity team as a sophomore in high school, I've learned something. I knew I never wanted to feel that bad again. So I set a goal of becoming a starter on the varsity. That's what I focused on all summer. When I worked on my game, that's what I thought about. When it happened, I set another goal, a reasonable, manageable goal that I could realistically achieve if I worked hard enough. I guess I approached it with the end in mind. I knew exactly where I wanted to go, and I focused on getting there. As I reached those goals, they built on one another. I gained a little confidence every time I came through it. If your goal is to be a doctor and you're getting C's in biology, then first thing you have to do is get B's in biology and then A's. You have the perfect first step, and then move on to chemistry and physics. All those steps are like pieces of a puzzle. They all come together to form a picture. Not everyone is going to be the greatest, but you can still be considered a success step by step. I can't see any other way of accomplishing anything. Wow. So don't take my word for it. Take Mr. Jordan's word for it. Goals are powerful, but you have to have a process in place for goals to matter. You have to have a date, an end in mind. You have to have a big goal, and you have to have pieces and steps and parts to get to that big goal. So I'm Bobby Glenn James. If you're interested in, we're putting together a U6MG course, and it's not even done yet, but we're putting in a U6MG course that keeps you accountable, and you have to follow it day by day and click through and build your U6MG. If you're interested in that at all, just email me, bjames@stampedeweb.com. That's bjames@stampedeweb.com. Any questions, guys?
I don't see any questions, but let's see if anybody hops on and gives us a question at this point.
You guys got any questions?
Could you repeat all of that?
Which part? Everything?
The whole thing for me.
Get a 6-month goal. get a whole bunch of step goals or 6 getter goals to get those goals, and do 3 things every day to get those 6 getter goals. There you go.
You nailed it, Bobby. You nailed it.
Well, Bobby, that is great stuff. You know,
Yep.
and we've had 2 other people or 1 other person talk about goals today, and that was, you know, Shanna, but hers was more about projecting, you know, figuring out what that you can do. Now, here's about what you can do in 6 months and how to do that. And in fact, one of the things that Jim and I are going to talk about next is the 7 habits of highly effective people. And that is what goals are a big part of that.
Mhm.
And so, yes, and you're absolutely right. And I love the 6-month goal, because that is where you can actually see it and obtain it. And especially
It's a date. It's
well,
a date.
it's a date, but you know, even in today's world, you know, we used to hear about, you know, set a yearly goal, set a 5-year goal, set a 10-year goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, those don't mean anything anymore, because things are changing too quickly. Yes, you may obtain that 10-year goal, but the problem is things change. So that 10-year goal probably needs to change completely. Maybe the 5-year, even the 1 year, where, I mean, we don't know how things are going to go with the supply chain stuff that's coming from overseas. We don't know how fast it's going to get fixed. We don't know what the economy is going to do. We don't know about the, you know, the inflation rate, all of
No.
those kind of things.
You know,
Those are-
Boyd, I've got a good client, and
You have one, huh?
well, I've got a few, I hope.
I'm
But,
teasing.
the point is that she's dependent a little bit on China, and she's dependent on some of this other stuff. And I said, I don't give a heck. Please
That's
do
what you
one
said?
thing. I said heck, because that's my vocabulary. I mean, that's why it was so hard to get that over my tongue, was because that's part of my vocabulary. But I said, I don't give a shit. You do one thing for your business every single day. And it doesn't matter if it's, you know, do a post or create something. You do one thing for your business every single day. It wasn't 3 things like you or 6 things like you want. You do one thing, even if you're being held up by China, do one thing every day. And she's called me a few days ago and said, oh my God, I got my first order. And she's all happy. So
That's perfect. It fits perfectly. You know, the thing is, business owners, we all know that there's a thing we call pivoting, right?
Right.
If you don't pivot, you don't succeed. Let's just face it. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg was in love with a peer-to-peer app he was doing. He didn't even like Facebook. And his buddies talked him in, dude, I think the Facebook thing is a better idea. And he's like, no, I love this peer-to-peer thing. And we all know what happened to Napster and all that stuff. But he had to be talked in to go that way. And he was open to pivot. And I think goals are exactly the same. And the beautiful thing about the U6MG, when you get these 6 and you start going down a path, you might find that one of those 6 is not helping you at all. It's actually taking you away from your goal. And if you're not open and recognize that and change it, this is a path, but it isn't a path in, you know, stone.
Oh, that, you know, it has to be fluid. That's a fact.
Yep.
So
I think the key too, you said, just do something, even if it's one thing a day. It doesn't have to be 3, even if it's one thing, but you're moving towards that goal. That is the key.
It's always taking that one next step. It's one foot in front of the other. Otherwise, you'll never make it that 20-mile trip.
Yep.
Exactly. You know, I haven't run a marathon yet, but I've taken a step towards it every day.
Yeah.
Good. We're
I
glad you
ran
did.
several marathons. They just
one
weren't at the
step.
same time.
One step is all I do.
All right. Well, thank you, Bobby. I'm
Hey,
going to,
Thanks,
guys.
Bobby. Your wisdom is always appreciated.
Thank
yes,
you.
thank you. Oh, I had to send him back to there before he finished whatever he was just saying. I'm sorry,
I hope it wasn't important.
Bobby. Yeah, well, and as Scott said, Bobby is the man.
There you
And
go.
he's one of his beginning mentors. So, well, now we're going to be talking a little bit about, a something that's old
And
that
new.
is still relevant.
It's
That
old
is
and new.
It's old and new at the same time. Boy, okay, what's going on with that? So I'm going to pull this up real quick and we're going to get started. So let's see here. There it goes. Okay. All right. So Jim and I are going to be moving the screen back and forth because, well, we're both going to be teaching this. And so we're going to be doing this. But let me go ahead and share right now. I'm going to be sharing. Here is what we're talking about. Now, I grabbed an image about the 7 habits of highly effective people. This was on their 25th anniversary. It's now been 42 years since that book came out. Yet it is doing some fabulous things. I'm going to show you some things right quick. So here's some details about this book. It is 42 years ago, published in 1989, and it is still one of the best-selling business books, especially on leadership, that there is. They've sold over 40 million copies as of today. In fact, I was looking at the statistics about it 6 hours ago, and it's just over 42 million copies. Okay, so here it is, 42 years ago it was released, and they've sold 42 million copies. They are still selling about 1 million copies a year, and that's of just this book. Now, one of the other things that happened was back in 2014, one of Stephen's sons, Sean, wrote a companion to this, or part of it. So you read the chapter that his dad wrote, and then he comments on how his dad taught he and his siblings these principles and how they were geared to teens. And then it was designed for people who were teens or for parents that had teens. And since 2014, he sold over 5 million copies of that. So, there's something to be said for this book. And I can tell you right now that as Jim and I were going through it, we've both said to each other, I forgot some of these things. I forgot how great this book is. And so it's great for us to be able to get to play with this and talk about it. So I'm going to quickly run through the 7 habits so you'll know what they are. And then we're going to take turns and go through them, and we'll have some comments and other things, and we'll watch the time as we go along. So the first habit is be proactive. And again, we're going to talk about these all in detail. These are just the top set, or the 7 habits that we're going to be talking about. So you be proactive, be good with the end in mind, put first things first, think win-win, seek first to understand and then to be understood, synergize, sharpen the saw. Those are the 7. And they're very, very important. Now, how do these apply to business in 2022? And that's what we're going to apply these things. This is kind of our take on how these apply in business today. And I'm going to be talking about habit 1. And one of the things that it talks about is how you have to believe, you should not believe everything you hear. I mean, since childhood, we've all heard these things that kind of we internalize. Now, for some kids, it might be, oh, you're just no good at that. Oh, you can't play basketball. Oh, you got cut from the team like Michael Jordan did when he was in high school. These are all things you cannot believe everything you hear. And so, we are responsible for our own lives. And this is one of the big things that is right up front in this book. Don't allow others to put you in a cube, tell you what you can and can't do, because it's those people who figure out that they can do things that other people can't that actually succeed greater than anyone else. Okay. You make the choices and the decisions of how you will respond. Now, what this means is, as things come along, and they can be bad things, they can be good things, they can even be things that are out of your control, you make the choice of how you will respond to them. And one of the big things that Stephen Covey talks about is it's your attitude of how you take on those choices, those decisions, that you will succeed if you do it the right way. If you always take and say, you know what, they're coming along, I can't do anything about the pandemic, let's get going anyway. And you will then take positive steps. If it's one where you start saying, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm going to do with this pandemic. I can't get product in. I'm not sure. It's kind of like what Jim was talking about, the person just a few minutes ago. Take one step forward every day. And in fact, a lot of what Stephen talks about is about making goals and setting those goals and doing one thing at a time and moving forward. But that's on the next thing that we're going to do. The thing with this is being proactive is all about internally. How is this going to affect you? And you making the decision up front how this is going to work. It's taking the initiative to act rather than to be acted upon. This is one thing that several people have always talked about, and this is where it was put into really strong emphasis, was in this chapter of be proactive. You can act on things, or you can have them act on you, and you need to take and make the choices and decisions rather than allowing them to be made for you. In sales, this should be a solution sales. That we sometimes call that relationship sales, and there's other names for it. But it's all about making sure that it's a solution, not something you have to talk people into. But it all comes from inside of you, and you have to understand that. Now, proactive focus is work on things you can do something about, which is called your circle of influence. If it's not something you can do anything about, like the economy or the pandemic, then don't even focus on it. Focus on ways around it. Work on things you can do things about. And that's what your circle of influence is. Now, I want you to think about some things that maybe you've heard of, maybe you've heard people use. I want you to delete from your what you use. I'll be happy when I win the lottery. I'll be happy when Christmas is over. I'll be happy. I want that out of yours, because that is saying, I'm never going to be happy until something else happens to me. And that's something acting upon you. The other one is, if only I had a better boss, if only I had a new car, if only and you can go on and on with the if onlys as well. These are not going to help you. These are things that are helping to act upon you, and you're not helping the situation. You move forward by deleting those right out of your conversations. And then the second to last thing I'm going to say is make and keep commitments. This is one of the things that has made or broken people. If you say you're going to do something and you keep that commitment, people will give you better kudos. You're going to move up there in their estimation, how well you. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is you will be put higher on a pedestal, so to speak. But that's not what your goal is. It's simply to make sure that when you make a commitment and you keep it, that people know they can trust you. Okay. And the last thing is, you are the creator and you are in charge of your life. And if you don't believe that, then you've got to go back and figure out what childhood things or things that have gone on that you need to change, because you really are, and you can excel above that. So that is what habit one is about. And while it doesn't have a lot to do with business right now, it does have some. It does have more than you think. because it's all about how you internalize things. Jim?
Yes, I am taking over. I think. I want to back up for 2 seconds and say that there's one person that's in our midst that I know pivoted very hardly, or is hardly a good word? Very hard during when the pandemic shut down. He's doing something today that he never expected to be doing 2 years ago. And so making those pivots, doing those things are very, very important. And so, do all that you can to make those pivots and make those changes, just like Boyd was presenting. I know we're going to run out of time, so I'm going to blaze through mine quickly. Mine is habit number 2, begin with the end in mind. And when Boyd said we were first going to be presenting on this, I kind of rolled my eyes and thought, oh my gosh, we all read that book 40 years ago. But I have to thank Boyd. I reread the book in the last week, and it reopened my mind, reopened my eyes. And so I'll just jump right into my topic, beginning with the end in mind. And in the book, Stephen Covey talks about showing up to a funeral and having it be his own funeral. And then, obviously that rolls into a couple of principles that he wants to talk about. Those principles, of course, are security, guidance, wisdom, and power. And, how secure do you feel? How, sure are you about the direction you're heading? How wise are you? And how is your power? How much power do you feel? And he broke those down into several topics that I thought were very meaningful. And a spousal relationship is one of the best ones that you can have, the strongest ones that you can have. How is that spouse relationship? How is your family relationship? How is your money type of relationship? And those kind of all, certainly the money one goes hand in hand with security and some power and stuff. But are you driven by possessions? Do you have to have that next car like Boyd was speaking about? You have to have the fastest boat. You have to have all those things. And in the end, if you're thinking about the end in mind, how much better of a person does it make you if you have the fastest boat on the lake? I mean, it's really not the most important thing. So possessions are dangerous. Pleasure is kind of self-evident. Are you taking care of yourself and others, in that perspective? The next one was kind of interesting, a family or friends, a friend or enemy scenario. There's a lot of people that might consider friends or have a casual friendship. But is your life driven by a friendship, or is it driven by an enemy? Like, I hate that person so much. I would do anything to knock them off their pedestal or any of that. Are you driven by the wrong motivation? You should be driven by your friendships, not by your enemies. And so it was very interesting to consider those types of things when I was rereading the book. How about your religion, your church, your whatever organizations you belong to? I don't know if this is 100% appropriate, but I'll just share it. I'm a Freemason, and so Freemasonry is not a religion, but it's a community. It's a group of men that go out and do things that support the community, that help the community. It's not a bunch of Templars that are off hiding treasure. We're actually doing things in the community. We help primary children's and things like that. So your organizations that you support really, really help the community in general. And then do you take care of yourself, or are you too selfish? That's kind of an interesting word, in the sense that, how do you see things? How do you take care of things? Then, wrap and kind of things up, get to habit number 2. Do you have a personal mission statement? Do you use your whole brain? And very much like we've heard a couple of times earlier today, you have roles and goals, or goals in particular, that was what I was referring to. there are roles, and do you respect and take care of all the roles that you have in your life. So I know that we need to keep moving, Boyd. So you jump on to number 3.
All right, number 3 is put first. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, put first things first. And
Mhm.
so this is an interesting one. You know, he asked you to. Oops, I gotta switch over here.
Do I need to drop something?
No, it's mine. I forgot to tell it to go back to where I control it.
Okay.
I want you to ask you this one question, and Bobby kind of alluded to this in what he was asking as well. What one thing could you do that if you did it on a regular basis would make a tremendous positive difference in your business life? Now, in the book, he talks about in your personal life and in your business life. Now, I just pulled the business stuff out, but in this particular case, I wanted you to think about that. What thing, if you could do it consistently, regularly, what would make a tremendous positive difference in your business life? Now, this is something you should think of yourself. I want you to think about that. And as you go through some of these things, you're going to say, I need to change that a bit, or here's how I can accomplish that. Because it's just doing these, as Bobby said, doing little things consistently over and over is going to make a tremendous difference in your life. Well, that's what this whole question is about. Well, let's talk about this. Now, something that a lot of people don't think about, or they do, and they're not very good at it, and that's utilizing time management. Now, I have a calendar. Almost everybody now has a calendar. They have to, because our life has gotten so fast in that. But do you also put things in? Jim and I had a discussion with a gentleman a few weeks ago, and he every Sunday sits down, and for a half hour to an hour, he plans his entire week. But he always leaves in time for certain things. Like he has time for doing some yoga and meditation. Then he also has time that he puts in for reading a book, any book. And then he has other things that he puts in as well, besides his business things. You've got to make sure you put in the things that are important to you, or what does business have to do with anything? If all you're going to do is work all the time, then that is a problem, because you'll end up not satisfied in the end. We'll talk about that, why that is, in a minute. So now one of the things that is very strong in this book is when you have something, you got to have the ability to say no. And Stephen Covey talked about one time he was in charge of a particular area of the college, and he went to a person that he needed to have something done, and he needed it done well. So he went to a person who did things well. He said, I need you to help me with this project. Can you do that? And the person said, okay, I can. If you can, look at my board here, and you tell me which things I need to take off of it, because I'm scheduled fully right now with them. If one of those things are not as important to you and me, because you're my boss, I will take that off and I'll put it down, so we'll do it after this. And Stephen said, that was his way of saying no, unless it was more important than something on that board. And it wasn't. So he went and he had someone else do it who could take care of it and had some time to do it. But you've got to understand, you have to have that ability to say no. There are times when people will come to you and say, I need your help. And you're going to have, if you're too busy, you're going to have to say no. I've had to learn this myself, because that is a problem that I've had. I always want to be the person who says yes all the time. And I can't be the yes guy all the time. I have to say no, because I don't have unlimited time and unlimited resources. Now, one of the other things he talks about is, what is the difference between management versus leadership? A lot of times, a lot of people don't understand the difference. They think they're a leader when they're a manager. And they think they're a manager when they're actually leading the group. And so he talks about this, and we'll talk a little bit about it. But one of the first things he says in here is, as a leader, you need to have your short-term goals or objectives that'll meet those long-term ones you set in habit 2. And then what he says is the leadership side of it is now you use your management of time, and you figure out how you're going to manage that time to fulfill the goals. But then you're going to lead the others to those goals as well, to making those goals part of their goal set. Now, stewardship delegation was another thing he talked about, and I loved when he talked about this. And he says it's all about results, not methods. He said he a lot of times would give someone the delegation of a project, and he didn't care how they got it done, because he knew that they were going to get the results that he needed. And he says many people who are managers will then say, you've got to do it this way. And he says, you can't do it that way. You've got to allow them to use the method that they know the best to get that project done. All you need to do is rely on the results. Now, when you manage yourself, and you can manage time of people, you can manage, hours that they're going to work, time and activities, but you need to lead others. And leading is what leadership is about. It's not you pushing them along, requiring them to do things. It's leading them to doing those things. And you lead by example. And that's one of the things he talked a lot about, is when he was working for colleges, he was able to lead by example. He didn't just simply delegate everything out and then he was sitting in his desk and doing his own thing. He was there leading them. And that is the key to it. Now, one other thing is, when you put your first things first, you also need to know that there has to be some accountability. There has to be some consequences, but also on the other side of that, there has to be rewards. If you can fulfill those first things first, and he goes into the management of things considerably in the book. You need to read that more, because it's really strong on how he talks about that. It goes from the things that are important to the things that are less important. And you do the first things that are the most important first, and then you move on to the things that are still important, but maybe not as necessary as needed. And so you work down the list instead of just simply working what's in front of you. So that is habit number 3. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Jim for habit number 4.
Okay. Okay. Habit number 4 is think win-win. And of course, when you think win-win, I think I have a typo there. When you think win-win, you have to have the ability to work on a solution together. And I can't tell you how many times in my career.
Jim, we're not seeing your slide.
Let me escape. How's that?
Still not.
How's that?
Nope.
Well, I got it up. Hang on. Let me go back to share my slides.
There you go.
All righty. Okay. So when you have a think win-win mentality, there's a lot of things that are going to happen that will make you be more successful. And think win-win is the first on the list of kind of habits here that we want to capitalize on. And basically, you're going to work on a solution together, and that's the ultimate goal. Is if that you're working together. When you have another mindset and you think win-lose, and that mentality is that I must always win. I grew up in a house with 3 boys, and that was an unbelievably competitive environment. It was ingrained in my being that I must win at all costs. I must always win. I must always beat my brothers. And I don't think in my early career that was very, I was very well served by that notion. Coming to a conclusion where we work on a solution together is a far better mechanism than beating my brothers at any opportunity or any challenge or anything. And as I carried that into my early career, I won some deals, but at the cost of some friendships, some good friendships, or at the cost of potential long-term client. I must always win is really a negative connotation or way to think of things. As is the next, probability, which is a lose-win scenario. And the lose-win scenario is where you beat somebody up so much that they just basically say, have it your way. You've gone the rounds with them, you've butted heads with them, you've tried to convince them that your way is always the better way. And you basically just ground them down. And that also is not a long-term relationship or proposition. You grind somebody down so much that they think that, okay, have it your way. Effectively you've won. So there might be some short-term sort of success or happiness there, but it's really not a long-term relationship. When you migrate into what we call a lose-lose scenario, it's exactly as it is meant. There's no real winner, and it's because you're both too egotistical or too stubborn to actually come to a compromise and find a solution that works for both of you. Believe me, in every situation, you can find a win-win resolution. It sometimes takes giving up your ego or giving up your stubbornness or compromising where you don't think there's a compromise. But when you think about some significant world leaders, Winston Churchill comes to mind, or maybe somebody like that. He didn't win every battle, but he won the war. And that's kind of what you need to do is you don't want to be stuck in a lose-lose scenario and give up that or ability to compromise or whatever. And a win-only scenario is kind of a really strange way to think of things to me. And that means that you don't want someone else to lose. You want to win. And at the other half of that is you don't want someone to lose, which is a great way to think about things. There has to be a situation where either of you make some headway. And you don't want somebody else to lose. That means that you're willing to let them win. Let them win, some of those battles. Ultimately, you can compromise on the outcome of the war. At the end of the day, it takes some compromise on both parts. Win-win scenario, meaning that at the cost of a deal, means that you agree to disagree. And that's far less of a desirable outcome than the win-win at the top of the page. The win-win is where you create a solution and work together. The win-win with no deal or compromise at the end means that you agree to disagree, and that's not really serving either party. So I want to tell you that it takes a great deal of consideration and courage to fight the battle to a win-win solution, like at the top of the page. You're going to have to compromise. You're going to have to show some courage and be considerate and come to a conclusion that satisfies both parties, or at least compromises on both parties to get to that resolution, because that's the best outcome. And it will create long-term clients. It will create long-term friends. It will create a much healthier work environment or working solution for you to be able to move forward and actually win those battles that are going to come up, and they'll come up on the road as well. So thinking win to win is one of the bigger chapters, I think, in the book. And Boyd gave it to me because it was very, very big and I had to study it. So
Is that why I gave it to you? Huh?
exactly. So,
All right. Well, you go with what you think. So
okay, well, but that's a win-win right there. Right?
see, it's a win-win. It's a win-win, and it turned out great for both of us. So.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one is seek to understand and then to be understood. This one I have heard so many times by different people and it really does really stick in my mind. You know, seek to first understand, and I love this concept. And and I'll tell you a story about Barbara Walters. When Barbara Walters was just getting started in this, in being somebody who would go and interview people, she was meeting with somebody who was going to be president of the United States. And as she was meeting with them, she had her notebook and she had a whole bunch of questions here. And she just started going through it, and she'd ask the question, and then she'd be looking and getting what the next question was going to be. After about 4 or 5 of these, this person stopped her and said, "Can I tell you something? I want you to listen to what I'm saying, and you will have better questions by hearing what I have said." This is what it is. It's seek to first understand. And it's all about communications. And it comes down to your character. Are you willing to listen? Are you willing to understand what they are saying and be able to move beyond that? There's several different programs out there that teach you how to connect with people who are different types of people. And this is one of those things. You learn how to speak to someone who is of a different type than you are, and you'll start learning how to close better deals and how it works for both of you, how it can be a win-win. But you've got to be able to understand them. And the way to understand them is you've got to listen right up front. And it's called empathic listening. It's the intent to understand what they're saying, not trying to get the better of them. It is all about figuring out what they're really saying. And especially if you're in sales, this is really important. I don't believe in doing the numbers. 100 phone calls is going to get you 10 appointments. It's going to get you 1 customer. I a lot of times will find that if I am meeting with people and doing relationship selling, or as we talked about the other type of selling, it is all about getting to understand them. And if I don't have the right solution for that win-win solution, I'm not going to bring up anything about that. But I get to find out more about them. And it's about empathic listening. I want to understand what their needs are. And then I'll help them find the need or the solution to the need they have, even if it's not with me. And then one of the key things that I learned when I was in high school is repeat back what you feel that you have understood. Because sometimes what you think you've understood isn't exactly right, or they haven't expressed it well enough to give you the full understanding. And by repeating it back, they'll say, oh, this is what I'm really trying to say as well. And it's a great way of getting them to open up more, because they feel like you do want to understand when you repeat back what you are learning from them, what you're understanding from them. And it opens up a bigger dialogue as you do so. Now, one of the lines that he used in there, and I love this, is diagnose before you prescribe. And he gives the example of he and his wife and their kids were on a vacation. They were, and one of the kids had a fever and some other things going on, and so his wife called the doctor that was local and gave him all, and he says, okay, tell me what's going on. She described the symptoms and everything. Well, he had been called out of a ball game in order to answer her phone call, but he says, okay, I'll send over a prescription, take care of it. Well, as she got off the phone, Stephen turned to his wife and says, did you mention that this is for a newborn? He says, well, I'm sure he can look that up on the notes, because he said he was going to look up the notes on from the doctor that we normally go to. And he says, I'm not so sure. So and she says, well, then if you don't, believe him, then why don't you call him back and let him know? And so he did. And they got him out of the ball game again. And then he told them, no, this is for a 2-month-old. And the doctor says, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you told me that. This is not for a newborn. Let me give you the right prescription for the newborn. You need to diagnose it completely before you can prescribe. The doctor was a little bit preoccupied by getting back to the game and thought that the person was giving him all the information that he needed. But when it came down to it, he should have asked a couple more questions. But in the case of this, Stephen asked those questions and probably saved his daughter's life. So that's something to be very careful with. Be sure to diagnose completely before you prescribe anything. Make sure you understand. Seek to first understand. That's what we're talking about. Now, here's the 4 initial perceptions that people have when they're talking to someone. And these aren't always good, but they can be. And so the 4 initial perceptions is evaluate. Well, do I understand what he's saying? Sometimes it needs to be more probing, and you need to, maybe you don't understand. If you recognize you don't understand, then probe some more, ask more questions. Once you get to the point where you understand, you can start to advise. But sometimes advising before you've got the full diagnosis is not a good thing. And then one of them is interpret. If you're interpreting things, you're interpreting it by what your experience is, not by what their experience is or what they're looking for. So you've got to be careful with each of these things. They can be good, but they can also mislead you into not understanding them. So the key here is, by listening deeply, you will learn about their perception. And it's their perception of what the problem is, not yours. And that helps you to understand them. Then once you've understood them, that's when you seek to be understood. Now you have to be precise in your how you present it. Help them understand that when they said this, this will help with that. And here's the last thing is, present it clearly, specifically to their needs and problems. They don't care about all the benefits and features you're selling. They don't care about your business. They don't care about any of the other things. They want to know how it's going to help their needs, their problems, and you're showing that you understand those concerns. That's what seek first to understand and then to be understood is all about. So back to you, Jim.
Okay. View options, screenshot. So it strikes me, Boyd, that especially in today's world, we're in such a hurry to do everything. And we spoke about this with a couple of presenters earlier on, that we're in such a hurry to make that next sell, to get onto that next deal, that it's really kind of a lost art to seeking to be understood or to take time to understand the problem. And so it's really a function of the fact that we're all, have to get to our next Zoom meeting or our next conference or whatever the issue is. But that seek to be understood is absolute wisdom. And, as we said before, it was stated 40 years ago, excuse me. But we need to seek to be understood before we move on. can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the sixth habit that we're going to talk about is synergy. Oops, if I can make that move. There we go. Okay. So the sixth habit is to synergize or to seek to be understood. And effectively what it does is it kind of is a continuation of the last topic. We need to communicate. We need to open our mind and listen to what that other person is saying. Listen to what that other person's needs are. If you take that to the next logical conclusion, there's a couple of different types of communication. One of them is called the classroom communicator or the communication. And I find myself in this environment all the time. It's an environment of sheer chaos. And some people tend to do extremely well in that environment. Other people just get lost. You have to kind of secularize and everything becomes a sum of all the parts. So I tend to, and I do this with clients that we both share. I look at the big picture and move on to resolve that and don't stop and listen to the little problem. And it's the little problems that drive this particular client that I'm speaking of crazy because I'm like, damn the torpedoes, let's get on to, your stuff. And I'm not listening to the little chaos that goes on around it. So I know that it frustrates them a little bit and I need to be better. In a business type of environment, you need to isolate the communication and understand it. That's exactly what we were just talking about. Stop, listen. I mean, Barbara Walters, I think, was your example. And I can see her, I can just picture her, looking at her notes, not even listening to the question that he was answering and wanting to get on to the next question. She became much, much better over some time, but I'm sure that was very impactful for her. Isolate that communication and understand the answer. Communications, it takes trust and a little bit of cooperation. If Boyd and I are having a conversation, he has to trust what I'm saying. He has to trust the communication and then be willing to cooperate with that on both parts. For that to be a win-win scenario, sometimes we don't always see eye to eye, which is rare. But in those situations, I get to state my point and Boyd listens very, very intently. And then he gets to state his point and then we compromise. That is a great communications, one to the other when we both have a separate opinion. When you get into different types of communications, when you're trying to look at things from a synergistic point of view, if you have a negative response or a negative reaction, there's usually some sort of disingenuous communication that's happening, or disingenuous type of listening is maybe even a better description. So you have to look for the differences and then focus on those differences to come to a win-win conclusion. That's the essence of synergy. Listening to the differences, compromising, coming to a comparable or a agreeable conclusion for both of you. That's the only way that this really works. If you go into any of the other types of win-lose scenarios or anything that we spoke about a little bit ago, you're not going to have the synergy that you need for there to be a long-term relationship or to continue to go. Relationships are the essence, the power of the 7 habits. If you take every one of those habits in this book over here and break them down, it's to build a stronger relationship. And it doesn't matter whether it's a business to business, a spouse to a spouse, everything in that book where he's talking about habits of highly effective people are really relationship. That is the essence of the book. That is boiling everything down. I hate to jump to the conclusion before you've done the 7th chapter, Boyd, but that
It's
is
okay.
That is the answer. Build a relationship that works for both parties, and you've kind of come to the conclusion. Synergy is what will make it all work and makes it all happen. For that to all make sense, You have to believe in an alternative solution. You have to complement your teams, work with your team or teams, and create a synergy, excuse me, with your clients. All of those things are win-wins. You know, creating a team with your working environment, creating a synergy with your customer or your spouse or whoever that is what makes it all come together. And you do that very, briefly. I just put kind of a synopsis there at the bottom, is that you have to define a problem. You have to consider someone else's way or another way. You have to seek compromise, brainstorm together, and then take the high road for a change, which is in many cases means that you're going to give something up. But take the high road, and it will, make them happy and you happy, and you'll come to a better conclusion when everybody's happy.
One of the things with this, we talked with Dano about one of my favorite words is collaboration. And that's what this is about, is it doesn't matter whether it's a customer or a team, whatever it is, it's all about collaboration. And it's building each other's trust so that you can, like in the case of Adobe, they came together, and even two other teams that were competitive teams came together, and they all worked together to create something that has lasted now for over 25 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's got legs, and we still use it today. So that was a win-win, I think.
It really was. Okay. So the last habit is an interesting one because it is one that I really have always taught to people when I was working with the Entrepreneur Launchpad, and that is sharpen the saw. And of course, he talks about, and he uses the example in the book of, he's out in the woods, and there's a person out there sawing down a tree. And while he's sawing down this tree, the guy says, "Well, gee, you look really, worn out." And he says, "Well, I've been doing this for 5 hours. And he turns to him and he says, "Well, why don't you stop for a few minutes, sharpen your saw, and it'll probably go much faster." And the guy says, "I don't have time to stop and sharpen my saw. I got to get this done." The key is we don't always do that ourselves. In fact, I've run into so many people who have said, "I don't need any more education. I got it all in college and in high school. I don't need any more education. I know it all." And that's not how life is, because we live in a life that changes all the time. In fact, can you imagine if Jim he does SEO? Can you imagine if what he took was what he knew back in 2010, and that's all he did was work on those assumptions? Well, that's not going to work, because Google has moved on probably 100 times, and he has to understand that. I have to do the same thing with social media. Every one of us in our jobs must do that. And there are 4 areas that we must have their levels of sharpening our saw. Now, you may think, well, gee, some of these are not for business, but let me tell you, all 4 of these, even though they may not seem it, are for all things that you do, business being one of those. Okay. And that's physical. This is a level that you're going to work on, and that means you're going to do exercise, nutrition, and stress management, and you're going to work on those things to sharpen your saw. The second one is spiritual, and it's about value clarification and commitment. I worked with a person at one point that we had to fire because their values did not match our company's values, and they were willing to compromise wrongly. And it was part of their makeup that they did that. And so their value proposition was not correct. It was something that could never be changed. Now, another one is you got to do study and meditation. These are really good for your mind, but also for your clarity to be able to articulate to other people as well. The third one is mental. This is about reading, visualization, coming up with planning and writing. I talked about a little bit ago about the gentleman that Jim and I did an interview on our podcast for, and he was talking about how he does some of these. He on Sunday night, he sits down and he plans out his whole week. Well, he also has all those other things that he's put into his schedule so that he can make sure he's getting reading done. His visualization is him sitting down and doing yoga and being able to just simply let his mind rest. And he does writing every week as well. These are things that I do as well, not as well as I should, but I do them. And we all need to be doing those. The fourth one is a social or emotional. And this is all about giving service. Understanding what other people are going through is what empathy is about. Jim just talked about synergy, and then intrinsic security. Intrinsic security is all about how you inside, you need to know what you feel, not what someone else feels about you. We talked about this in habit 1, but you need to have your own security. You need to know what that means.
You know, it goes back to what we talked about in some of the earlier chapters, having some self-confidence, having some self-worth, having some confidence in yourself. This book circles back so many ways and so many times. It was fascinating to reread.
Well, and it's funny because all of these things are intermixed. And so even though there's 7 habits, they all intermix with one another. And you have to figure that out. You have to see that they intermix, because when you don't do one of the habits, it's going to break down another one of the habits, and you're not going to be able to complete that. And so that's the thing, is you've got to know that these are all intermixed together. Now, one of the things that I also loved in this chapter is it talked about you need to have meaning and purpose in your life in order for you to be fulfilled and happy in your life. If you don't find meaning and purpose there, then you will begin to just become a shell. You will not care about others. You will lose all of the things that make you highly effective, and also makes you somebody that others will want to be around. So learn what that meaning and purpose is in your life is one of the big lessons this talks about, but so is renewal. Renewal is something where it's always doing an upward spiral, and it's always learning. It's always understanding and building on yourself and growing. And so it's this upward spiral that you always want to have. And if you're not doing the upward spiral, you're doing a downward spiral, and you will lose everything if you're not careful. So now we're back to the conclusion. And what was it you said?
Boyd knows the conclusion.
Well, here's the conclusion. And this talks about all of those things. But the bottom line is it's all about working with others, understanding yourself, and then building relationships. It's all about being an effective communicator, making sure that it is a win-win thing. And we've talked about this all of the 5 classes we've had so far. It's all about making sure that you're building on each other, on your, as we've talked about, and it's expanding your vision. So what's your conclusion, Jim?
Again, I'm going to thank Boyd, give him some kudos, some gravitas, if you will, for choosing this topic for us to present on. I know it's been a 1-hour topic, which is unusual for this format that we've been using, but I don't think there was any way we could have covered it in less time. And each of us taking a chapter was fascinating. And it's all about making a personal connection, whether it's a business connection or an interpersonal relationship. It's all about honesty and being trustworthy. It's all about self-care. And when you can take care of yourself, you can share yourself with others. And do the charity and do the other things that you want to do. It's about making yourself a whole person. And I don't think that in today's world, some of us make time to do that. But it's very, very important that you do. And I can see that Scott is on board, so he's cutting me off.
So, you know, and Ben mentions that he just read the 7 Habits in a class that he took last month. And he said it was fantastic. My daughter did that a year ago. And she came to me and she says, Dad, have you ever read this? And I said, yes. And she said, this book is changing my life.
Mhm.
Now, this is a college student who's saying this, and I was grateful for that, because as it changes all of our lives, its principles are worth listening to again, but also reminding ourselves to read it again. So,
That clarification,
okay.
that clarification on it. You know what I mean? Going
Yeah.
back down through the list. Am I doing this? Am I doing this? Am I doing this? Am I doing this?
That's right. Yep, it's cool.
Okay. It is.
And we have Scott Johnson in the house
Scott's
now.
in the house now.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well, Scott is going to talk to us about some things that he has discovered in business, and he's going to also talk about a little bit about business. These are things that can help your business with your bottom line, because they are things that I wrote about this morning on social media, that you know, there are 3 things that are taking away from your bottom line every time you make a sale. And so that's what we're going to talk about right now. And so I'm going to turn the time over to Scott.
yep, let's stay on target.
Then I will, I can share my screen, right?
Yep, and it's just coming up.
Okay, I want to run through this quick because I'm giving you guys the education that we're giving everybody that takes about 45 minutes, and I'm going to try and cram it into 20 as fast as I can. So I hope that you have your paper and pencil ready, because you're going to be taking notes. So first off, you're a small business. Doesn't matter if you have an actual location or not, but there's 3 people that are taking money from you. The first one is credit card companies. Most of the time you're looking at it as credit cards when you're buying something. What I'm talking about is every time you have a business or you have a customer that you allow swipe a card, you're basically saying, I'm relinquishing you as my customer and I'm giving you over to this credit card company. And now you are their customer and you need to pay them. That right there means that you're losing all the interest that could have stayed within your business. The next one is merchant services. Merchant services, there's 3 people that get paid in merchant services, and most people don't even think about that. You've got the central exchange, who makes a percentage of every transaction. You've got the credit card network, whichever credit card you're using, the network decides what they're going to charge you as a small business. And then you have the merchant provider. So the goal is to eliminate as much of that as possible. The last one is collections, and everybody hates collections, but I got to tell you, having the system that we have, it is absolutely amazing. Collections is something that we absolutely enjoy, because we know that through the process that collections is, we're able to keep our clients for life, and we teach people how to do that process. Now, what it means is it's taking the small business and we're turning you into a bank. So you're capturing the merchant service fees, you're keeping loyal customers, you're retaining the interest, and you don't deal with collections. Everything is systematized to the point where it becomes just an easy process, and also very, very beneficial. So I'm just going to give you an example just so that you get an idea of the numbers behind it. So $683,000 in sales. This is with my little sign company. You know, it started out as a one-man operation. Still, I've always kept it small, but on this $683,000, we're going to look at each thing. So usually your merchant fees would be about $18,000 on this $683,000 if you can get a good deal. The merchant fees that we had was $972. So we kept the rest of that. Credit card interest. This is what the credit card companies would have made off of this $683,000 had half of them not paid it off in 30 days. What actually ended up happening is we kept 22,900 of it. That means that the other portion of it, the 800,000 of it, was still left in our clients' pockets, which means that they could order more from us. The last one, collections. In the standard in the industry, there would have been about $38,000 in collections. There's zero collections. In fact, with the sign company, we've had zero collections for 22 years, ever since we started doing this process. And you cannot take a Lolo's barbecue and sell it to another restaurant. It just doesn't work. So you have to make sure that this process works in order to be able to do it. And it does. It's absolutely incredible. So who is Woji for? The company is called Woji. And the reason why I'm telling you it according to the company is because there is no other companies out there that are doing anything close to this. And so I can't say that this is the sequence to do, because there's no one out there doing this sequence other than us. So who this is for is it's for solopreneurs, small businesses, your entrepreneurs, medium-sized, small businesses, doesn't matter. Another thing too is it works really well with any companies that are mainly geographically limited by their customers, or that they know their customers. If you know your customers and you can turn your customers into clients, that's where you want to be. Last, it doesn't matter the size. People always ask us, well, if we do this process and we start financing our customers, what size of product or service do we want to finance? I've financed stuff less than $300. So yes, it's possible. We suggest $300 or more on the product or service. Last, we always get this too. I can't finance my clients because I don't make enough profit. There's no way that I can do financing. There are specific ways that you can. High profit margin, low profit margin does not matter. Seriously, it does not matter. So what Woji is our goal is the redistribution of wealth. We want to bring all of this money back that has been taken by these three companies. We want it funneling back into the small businesses. And that's what Woji's main purpose is. So why? Perfect example is COVID. All these companies that were dealing with the issue of COVID, they were selling, none of them financing, and they ended up dying. Some of them died very, very quick. My sign company, I had $50,000 in sales come in the week before, and every one of them canceled in 15 minutes as soon as COVID was announced, and it didn't affect us. So, and it's because we're set up with how we're doing we're the bank. So we have all of these interest-bearing accounts within the company that still brought in passive income when all the other sign companies and other companies were struggling. So what we're going to be talking about is, what did credit card companies make off of all of these sales that small businesses did during COVID? They did $176 million. This is money that could have gone to the small businesses, but didn't. That does not include the merchant fees or the collection services, which is another 57 million and another 11 million. This is all money created by you that you're giving away to other companies because it's basically thinking, oh, this is just how business is done. It's not how business is done. It's how you've been told it's done. It doesn't have to be that way. So the other thing too is, this is all dealing with the income that they made, not the contracts. In other words, the balances that are still owed. That was 5 trillion. That's what was created during COVID that they're earning interest on. And it's all generated by small businesses. So it's time to take the money back, and we're going to show you how to do it. So this is where you need your paper and pencil. There are 6 steps in order for you to be able to do this. The first one is proper pricing. Second one, MLP factor, repayment styles, picking your terms, adding numbers to your contract, and auto collection. And we're going to show you exactly how each one of them do. I know you see the minutes on the other side. We're running through it fast. Proper pricing. You need to make sure that you're not discounting your price. You should be focused on the terms of the agreement and not the cost of the agreement or cost of the product. And you should be priced somewhere in the medium high. If you don't have a product or service that's of value, then financing is not for you. You need something that is valuable. It can be carpet cleaning, window cleaning. We have granite countertops. We have electricians, plumbers, midwives. So there's a lot of different ones, dentists. So you understand what I'm talking about. They're all different kinds of services, but they give quality service. And because of it, they're able to finance. So no discounting, more negotiating the down payment, payment at completion, minimum monthly payment. MLP factor. These are the numbers that you're going to use. So you're going to pick a product or service that you want to finance and earn the interest on. And what you're going to do is you're going to divide it into three things: material, labor, and profit. Material is your raw material costs. The cost there can be just the raw material. It can be the cost of shipping the material to you if you have some. So you can imagine a window cleaner's material cost will be hardly anything. A granite countertop material cost will be pretty high. Don't put overhead or anything else into it. You're building a bank. And so you're going to be starting out small. Labor, if you're doing it, you can finance a portion of your labor. If you have employees, there's still ways to do it. Don't fret. We can still solve that issue. We show you a way in this that you can, so that you know how you can do it and how you can market your financing. Okay, so I know I'm racing through this as fast as I can. So I hope that right now you're thinking of it saying, okay, I have a product or service and I know what my material cost is. And I know what my labor is. So you should be able to figure out close to what your down payment would be, your payment at delivery, and now it's your minimum monthly payments and interest rate that you're putting on. So what we're going to talk about is the 4 different styles of financing that you can do, the base styles, and then you work from there to figure out exact numbers. So the first repayment style is account rollover. Now this is super, super cool. Part of it is it's patented within the Woji system. It works directly with the software that we have, the dashboard, and then we have full, 50, and upsell. So account rollover to start. This is super cool. Like I said, it's patented through Woji. We've made it just so simple. Account rollover is for those people that do not want to finance, but they don't ever want to have to deal with collections. This is the payment structure for those type of people or those type of businesses. Basically what it is, you get a down payment, let's say half down, half on completion is the goal, and you get your half down, but you don't get your payment on completion. So you're waiting for that amount. Well, according to the terms that is within Woji, it says that you get to pick the date, the amount of time, but let's say that you say within 5 days, if you don't pay that completion payment, I can auto withdraw it from your bank account. Then what happens 5 days later, if they haven't sent the payment, you get to auto withdraw it from their bank account. So, but here's the thing. What if that payment bounces? What do you do then? Well, most companies right now, they're looking at it saying, let's say $3,000 down, $3,000 at completion. Now you're sitting on this $3,000 and you're going, how in the world am I going to get this $3,000? I have no way to do that. Even if you were to get a check, you're still at the same situation where you're sitting there going, there's no way I can collect it. The $3,000 check, I can keep trying to submit it, but there's nothing I can do. That's where account rollover comes in. What happens is the account rollover rolls over into a closed line of credit, minimum monthly payments with interest, automatic withdrawal. So now you've subdivided that amount into payments and you're earning interest on it. So you don't have to ever worry about trying to collect that money. Think about it. Could you imagine like an auto repair place where they run into that situation and the payment bounces? Now all they do is they call them up and say, hey, your payment of $3,000 bounced. Don't worry about it. According to your contract, it's rolled over into a minimum monthly payment of $200 a month. Come in, get your oil change, you're fine. Now you've turned this terrible, terrible situation into one that is absolutely amazing. You end up keeping your clients for life. It's absolutely awesome. The next one is full. Full is usually for services because their material cost is low. Whenever material cost is low, and especially when it might be you doing all the labor, you can finance more of it. So it's basically like a credit card. You know, a window cleaner could do the exact same thing because their material cost is soap. So they're able to finance their entire thing. So that means their down payment at delivery will probably be the same amount as their monthly payment if they want to do that. Or they can ask for, you know, a quarter down and finance the rest. There's so many different varieties, but they're basically the full. Same thing. So you get a small down payment, you end up financing the rest. Because of it, you end up earning more interest than any of the others. 50 is for like gravel companies. They're usually, like with gravel companies, I know that their 50% is the truck and the delivery, which is labor, and then 50% and the load, and 50% is their profit. So they'll just do half down and then finance the rest. So they may do 50% down and 10% at completion, and then, you know, minimum monthly payments, automatic withdrawal with interest. Same thing, like I said, you end up earning a little bit less interest, but still you're able to start the game of being the bank. It's extra cash that is it's at your fingertips, and it's so easy to grab. Upsell is very unique. This is a style that is for those people that have hardly any profit margin. And so what they're doing is usually they have a product that people are already planning on purchasing. So let's say it's a computer. The computer costs $3,000. Well, as the business owner, you know how much your profit is in there. Let's say that profit is only $300. Well, then you can take that $300 and you say, you know what? I know that there's another product that I have that my material cost is $300, but it's $800 to sell. I can just finance them the $800 on this other product. So you're upselling them on the next product. What does this do? Same thing. You've turned your profit into another. You used it for raw material, and then you've turned around and turned it into a larger sale, which creates interest, and you're able to make that interest on it. Now, remember that this is not for, you're not going to all of a sudden start financing. You're going to do it slowly and methodically. In fact, when you look at this, this is similar to what a company did here in Utah that started out as a small family and now is the biggest bank in Utah. They did this one, and they did the 50. They did this one. So you can start out small. Now, here's the cool thing about it is you can finance, and if you know these numbers, you can set it up very, very easily. But I always want you to understand that that you're picking the cells. You're deciding which ones you can do, and you're regulating it according to what you can afford, and you're growing it as you go. And seriously, as they grow, you're going to be looking at them saying, oh my gosh, I don't have a phone bill for 3 months or 3 years. I don't have a car payment now for 3 years or 2 years. Oh, you know what? It's now covering my house payment. And I now won't have a house payment for the next 2, 3, 4 years. And it's all with this financing. Or, hey, you know what? The next jobs that my employees do, I can finance the whole thing because I have enough coming in that I can cover the labor and the material cost. So do you see what I mean? It builds from there to the point where you actually become the bank. So picking your terms. Now, this is the part where it comes into what Woji has and how Woji is set up. We have the terms. He who makes the rules gets the gold. Contract. You have to have a contract. Try and get financing from a credit card. In other words, you sign in order to be able to get the credit card to have the line of credit. You want a car loan, same thing, you have to sign. You have to follow the same procedures, and it's very easy to do. And what we do is we supply a terms template for you to be able to pick and choose your numbers, follow exactly what this says, and be able to pick your terms. And then the software that we have, the dashboard, follows the terms so that you don't ever have to do any guesswork as to what's going to happen next. It just pops up and says, this is what's going to happen. So there's specific things that you're going to have in your term sheet that you'll want on every term sheet. or every contract that you do. And a contract can be as simple as an invoice from QuickBooks with your terms printed on the back. It's all you need. So it's not a big deal. Most people think of it, oh, I got to have this huge contract, and it's not as big a deal as you think. So number one, you want a down payment always. You're trying to cover your material costs to start, some of your labor. Second, payment at completion, always a payment at completion. This seals the deal on whatever contract you're doing, whether it's a half down, half on completion, or whether it's your financing. You always want to get money at completion. Next, interest rate, of course. Interest rate, we always keep low. 7.9%, 11.9%, somewhere right around there. I've had it as low as 6.9%. Minimum monthly auto withdrawal payment all the time. If it's not auto withdrawal, you say no. Half down, half on completion, or it's a cash sell. You're the bank, so you get to decide. If they say no to auto withdrawal, you say no to financing. It's just our policy. Same thing, auto withdrawal payment date. You want to set that monthly date. So and all of this information gets put into your dashboard, into your system, and it just follows these numbers. Service fee, if you're the merchant provider at this point. So if you want to charge a service fee per transaction, you can do it. The bounce payment fee is just if a payment bounces. Now that's a really cool tool that can be lenient or hard on an individual. And the software tracks that. If a bounce payment, if someone bounces payment, it actually pops up and says, this person bounced their payment. What do you want to do? And with the bounce payment, it can say, do you want to try and auto withdraw it right now? Do you want to apply it to the loan, or do you want to get rid of it? And you just click one and it automatically moves you on to the next thing. Well, since they bounce payment, do you want to talk to them and lower the minimum monthly payment so that that you can be a benefit to them? So you just follow the sequence, and it takes a few minutes, and you're done. And now you're receiving money and earning more interest. Last, of course, is interest hike. You use the interest hike as a leniency tool. So let's say someone bounces a payment. The software is going to say you have the right now to increase the interest rate from the 6.9% to 18%. But here's what's really cool. You can also use that to be able to lower the interest rate. So let's say that someone bounced a payment, it goes up to 18, and they end up calling you before you call them, and they say, hey, I noticed that this bounced, can we take care of it? Well, that's someone that you're going to drop the interest rate right back down. And you can tell them that, say, hey, you know what? Because you called me first, we're going to drop the interest rate right back down if we can take care of the payment right now. And they say yes, and you auto withdraw it from their bank account again. So it's all based off of contract. It's absolutely amazing. And like I said, you always want a signature. It's always required. If you're not doing that, you're actually asking for trouble. One of the examples is on every invoice that you see in Utah, it says 18%. If it's not paid, that is actually an illegal document unless it's signed. The max that you can charge in Utah is 10% without a signature. You charge any more than that, and it's actually not considered a legit contract. Okay, so the next thing is you add the numbers to your contract. You should know your down payment, payment at completion. What you want to do is your minimum monthly payments, and you can extend it however long you want. I have contracts that are 24. I have some that have gone already 5 years. They'll go another 3 years. I've had around 7-year contracts. It doesn't matter. And that's on everything from LED lighting to trees to training, all of that stuff. And you just work it out to benefit your customer who now is your client. So I've had payments as low as $29 a month. I've had some up to $350 a month. I've had some that are even higher than that, depending on the situation. So you work out those numbers you're negotiating those numbers with your client. So what we do is we have a term template, and we go right through, and all the numbers that we just talked about are the ones that you're actually putting in the contract, and you just apply them to the different locations. And then from there, you plug them into the software, and the software tracks them. And if you notice, this is the dashboard. and it says one payment needing attention. I would, if that was me, I would just click on there and it would show the one payment and it would let me know what it is. Is it, do I need to auto withdraw it from their bank account? If I do, I just hit a button. If it's a bounce payment, I click on it, it says manage it, and it'll walk me right through the sequence. There's a bounce payment fee. Do you want to charge them now? Do you want to apply it to the loan? Do you want to get rid of it? Interest hike. Do you want to increase the interest rate? And if so, you have from here to here that you can. Do you want to charge a service fee? It just runs right through the process. So I hope that you're kind of getting all of this. It's very fast, but we're trying to do it. So when selling finance, look at it as a favor for your customer. Okay, we can save you a ton of credit card interest, or what payment will your budget allow? These are terms that we always use in order to be able to show that we're trying to be beneficial to them. And it's amazing, people will know what numbers they can handle, and none of it says the sell price. It's not that I'm trying to gouge people on the sales price. When we do it, it is the benefit is here. I have signs that we've done. It's a sign company that we did, and to replace a power supply is about $600, and we've replaced it for free because we financed them. We already earned it in interest. Why go up and charge them more? We could have, but we didn't have to. And because of it, they're a client for life. They end up ordering more and more and more from us. So giving them that special deal, which they already paid for in interest, it was a huge benefit. So the last thing, and that's where this comes in. There's two things dealing with the contract that you have to avoid, and that's fear and greed. And fear and greed comes from the fear of not being able to get the money. And greed is, hey, I want to make a lot of interest. And anytime your interest rate is high, your customer is going to look at it saying you're greedy. So it can cause a situation of collections, or you're scared. You're like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to get paid. So I'm going to put the monthly payment so high that I'll get paid in 6 months. Well, now you've created this fear that they're not going to be able to pay. They're going to try. And it ends up causing another bottleneck to where you've got to work with them more. Me, I've put it at, I put one job that was, I think they owed us $7,000, and I asked them what can they afford, and they said, I think it was $69 a month. And I said, great, we'll do it. If you want to pay it off early, let me know. So once you get past that fear and greed, it's absolutely amazing. You never have to deal with any issues dealing with collections. And of course, like I said, it all follows it. So there's the 5 things that cause it: high interest rates, large completion payment. So you did a large down payment, a large completion payment. You do a large monthly payment because you're nervous about getting paid, or you shorten the term length because you're worried about getting paid. And the last one is not using leniency. In other words, the interest rate goes up high and you're like, yeah, I'm going to keep it up there. I'm going to make lots of money off of it. This process is all transparent, ethical, honest financing. So your client can see all the interest that you make off of it. They can see all the transactions within it. That's the huge benefit of it. Transparent, ethical, honest, and all the money stays in your pocket. So auto collection prevention, there's sequences that we talked about in it, but I think that I am running out of time. So what I'm going to do is just kind of run through them really quick. Non-payment on cash jobs, that's account rollover. You already know that can happen. Half down, half on completion on jobs. Always get if you don't get that last one, it's account rollover. If anybody finances a bounce payment, it's account rollover. You're able to lower the reduction on the bounce payment. The system follows the term sheet, and the term sheet makes it so that you're able to collect. You're able to keep the financing always to a win-win, so that both of you are in a good position. And because of it, they order more. They stick with you. A lot of our clientels with my different businesses don't even go anywhere else because they've gone through this process. I mean, can you imagine saying, please, please, please just bounce one payment on us? Because if you do, we know you're going to be our client for life. That's how awesome this whole process is. So, and then the fluctuation of interest rate. Now, just to end, I just want to say, I know this is super fast, but I want to let you know we're doing this special for those people that are part of this network, anybody that's in it. What we're doing is $9 a month will get you your dashboard, and the code is down below. If you put that code in, it's $9 a month is the starting amount. For $9 a month, you get trained, you get your term sheet, you get all set up to be able to do your first contract. And then once you do your first contract, I think instead of it going to $36 a month, it's at $19 a month to do that. Now you can imagine if you have payments coming in that were $1,000 a month, it doesn't matter. There's not a percentage that you're losing of that monthly payment. It's just that monthly cost. And what's interesting is the reason why we can do it so low is this monthly subscription is actually to cover the central exchange. Remember how I said 3 people get paid with merchant services? The subscription is to help cover that central exchange fee that they're charging per transaction, and making it so that we can keep that low. And then what we do, and I'm being, like I said, transparent and ethical and honest financing. How Woji makes its money is we make a percentage of the interest that you are able to capture. We don't make a percentage of the principal that you capture. So if you have a sale that's $10,000 and you're financing $10,000, you're making all $10,000. And what we're doing is we're taking a percentage of the interest that you're making on top of that. So none of the actual cash sell. So Woji ends up becoming your partner in turning you into a bank. And trust me, you'd be surprised at the industries that can do this and who can actually do it. It's just super cool. So.
Hey, and we're back.
Did I run over? I know I was fast.
You hit right on time. You hit right on time. Okay. So
Yeah.
there you are. So
I was trying to race through it, but it's mywojimoney.com. Go in right now, and if you want to do it, go in right now. Don't go through the system. Just sign up with the coupon code, and then it's going to ask you to verify your bank account and phone number. Okay, don't go through the rest of it, because what it is we're turning you into a bank, and usually that's a 6-month process, and we cut it down to where it's an hour and a half. And now within 24 hours, the developers are saying, hey, we think we can get people from business to bank in 6 minutes.
Wow.
So the process has been like honed in to where that's possible. And then the training will be on your dashboard. So you'll be able to go through it. And it's a lot of the same screens that you saw. And so you can slow it down and go through it. But then you set up your business within it, and then you're able to finance, and we help, we want to teach you how to do it. So
Awesome. Thanks, Scott.
good. Well, thank you, Scott. So, and just as a final thing, I'm going to actually stop the recording now. But we